The sands of Morocco never gave him back. He vanished between sun and sword, beneath the scorching sky of Alcácer Quibir, where the wind sang of death and the ravens feasted before the flesh had cooled. They called him Sebastian the Desired, a boy crowned too young, too bold, a lion cub anointed by God. But God was silent that day. His golden armor was swallowed by dust. His blood, if spilled, was never found. The king who believed he was divine disappeared, not into legend, but into longing. It began long before the battle. In Lisbon, where the Tagus meets the sea with a sigh, he ruled with the conviction of a saint and the recklessness of a child. Born under omens, orphaned into royalty, Sebastian saw himself not merely as a monarch, but as the sword of Christendom. He read the Bible like a battle plan. He prayed in armor. The boy king believed he had been chosen to cleanse the world of unbelief, to reclaim lost glories, to baptize the deserts in blood. He gathered his crusade like a storm. Portugal's treasury crooned under the weight of his vision. The nobles whispered of madness behind closed doors, but none dared defy him. He stood in church like a prophet, eyes wide with flame, vowing to carry the cross into Africa. At just 24, he left Lisbon as though he were immortal. They say the sea mourned as his ships departed. Thousands sailed with him, soldiers, knights, priests, and fools. A white-clad army bound for Morocco, chasing relics and redemption. In the dusk of August 1578, they reached the plains of Alcácer Quibir, where the Sultan's forces waited like a black tide. And then, the silence broke. What followed was a slaughter. The Portuguese were crushed. The heat baked the blood into the sand. Horses screamed. Prayers curdled into wails. Sebastian was seen riding into the heart of battle, his banner high, his sword a sliver of sun. Then, nothing. Not a whisper. Not a body. Only shattered armor scattered like coins in the dust. And a nation left blinking at the emptiness. The corpse of the king was never found. In the days that followed, Portugal fell into chaos. The crown had no heir. The empire, once radiant, now trembled. The clergy declared him martyred. The soldiers claimed he would return. The people, oh the people, they waited. Candles flickered in windows for years. Mothers told their sons to listen for his trumpet. Markets buzzed with rumors of sightings in Ceuta, in Jerusalem, in the hills of Alentejo. And then the pretenders came. The first was a tanner's son, mad with prophecy, who spoke in riddles and claimed to wear the true crown beneath his flesh. They hanged him in Lisbon, but the people wept. Another emerged in Venice, his Portuguese fluent, his scars convincing. He was paraded in shackles through the city, while priests whispered behind lace curtains, unsure. Still more arose, in Spain, in Brazil, in backwater monasteries, each claiming to be the risen Sebastian, returned from exile to redeem the realm. But none could bear the weight of the myth, for Sebastian had ceased to be a man. He had become a hunger. The cult of Sebastianism was born in the shadows of his absence. It was not merely belief in a returning king. It was the fever dream of a nation undone. They called him the Encoberto, the Hidden One. They said he wandered in disguise, waiting for the sins of the world to ripen. They said he would come not on a horse, but with fire. At the end of days, he would descend from a cloud, wearing the bloody tabard of 1578, and he would judge the living and the dead. Time passed. Empires rose. Empires fell. But in the hills of Portugal, peasants still lit candles for him. In the cathedrals, his name was whispered like a prayer. In the books of mystics and madmen, his story grew twisted with apocalyptic thread. The king savior who was both ghost and god, who would return when Portugal most despaired. Even in Brazil, far from the bloodied sands of Morocco, slaves and rebels invoked his name as deliverer. In jungles and favelas, among crushed dreams, the legend took root anew. He was the flame in the darkness, the king who would never die. But what if he did? There are whispers, low and wine-stained, of another ending, that Sebastian was captured, not slain, that he lived in a Moorish dungeon, stripped of divinity, his golden locks matted with dust, that he died nameless, his final prayer choked with regret, that the boy who dreamed of saints ended not in glory but in obscurity. And yet, there is no grave, no tomb bears his crown, no stone sings his epitaph. Only the wind, still whispering through Lisbon's cloisters, seems to know. Only the Tagus, sliding endlessly to sea, remembers how he looked the morning he departed. And perhaps that is the cruelty of legend, that the dead may rest, but the vanished are never allowed peace. He was too young, too bright, too sacred. His disappearance left a hole not just in history, but in the soul of a kingdom. It is not the living who make myths, but the wounds they carry. Sebastian's greatest act was not dying, it was vanishing. In that vanishing, he became eternal. Tonight, somewhere in the candlelit silence, someone still waits for his return. Perhaps it is an old woman folding linens beside a stone hearth, muttering his name as she once heard her grandmother do. Perhaps it is a monk in a northern monastery, opening a centuries-old volume and finding the word encoberto etched into the margins. Perhaps it is you, listening now in the hush of midnight, wondering what lingers behind the veil of history, what still rides in the desert wind, what holy fire was swallowed but not extinguished. And if, one night, you should hear the distant sound of hooves, do not rise, do not light the lamp. Some kings return in silence. They were only boys, and the tower was only one stone. But some stones learn to keep secrets. London, 1483. The smoke from tallow candles curled into the rafters like pale ghosts, and the air above the Thames sat still and heavy with the breath of betrayal. The crows perched on the parapets of the tower, quiet and watchful, as if waiting for history to forget their names. Two boys, Edward, 12, born to wear a crown, and Richard, 9, his shadow and solace, walked into the Tower of London beneath a sky the color of bruised parchment. They were the sons of a dead king, flesh and blood of Edward IV. One, a crowned heir, the other, a loyal younger brother. They arrived with a retinue of men sworn to protect them, but the stones of the tower do not keep oaths. They only echo them. By custom, the tower had long been both a fortress and a prison. It was where kings prepared for coronation or vanished from history. In that July summer, the bells had stopped ringing. The river moved without song, and the people of England stared at their hearths, whispering of the storm gathering behind those walls. Their uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, stepped forward into the silence left by their father's death. A man with a crooked spine, and some said, a steel heart. Richard had once seemed loyal, even dutiful. But time peels the gilding from every face. Within weeks, he declared the boys illegitimate. He was crowned Richard III. And the princes, they were last seen in the tower, alive, together. Then, nothing. No parade, no funeral, no mourners. Just the thunderous hush of unanswered questions. It was said the younger prince was fond of animals. He had a pet falcon, white and sharp-eyed. Some whispered The bird lingered on the battlements days after the boy was gone, shrieking toward the queen's apartments. Others claimed the elder prince, thin and pale from imprisonment, still sang hymns to himself through the arrow slits, hoping the wind would carry his voice to his mother. But the wind betrayed him too. Months passed, seasons shifted. In the chronicles of the realm, the boys dissolved like mist. No bones, no shroud, no procession, only an ache. And England crowned their uncle, a man whose reign bore the stink of suspicion. Rumors twisted through the taverns and alleys. Had Richard killed them? Or did others conspire in silence? Perhaps the Duke of Buckingham or Henry Tudor's agents, fearing what the rightful heirs might undo. No answer settled the people. No truth emerged, only silence, thick and ancient. Centuries slipped away. London grew taller, its fires hotter, its bells louder. Yet the tower remained still and stubborn, a monument to the questions time dared not answer. In 1674, workmen tearing down an old stairway in the White Tower found something. 2 small skeletons buried in a chest beneath a heap of rubble and dust. Bones, fragile, childlike. Could it be them? They were reinterred in Westminster Abbey with solemn ceremony, as though the act might pacify some lingering ghost. But even as prayers were spoken, even as the marble plaque was carved, a shadow passed over the hearts of the living. No proof, no certainty, just bones. Cold, voiceless bones. And the tower still whispered. In quiet corners, visitors claimed to hear footsteps, light, quick, playful, as though children were still running in the halls. Guards spoke of soft sobs near the bloody tower, long after midnight. One said he glimpsed a pair of boys in nightshirts holding hands in the garden, vanishing as he approached. He left his post that very hour. It is not a horror story. It is a mourning. 2 children, born of royal blood, vanished like breath on a mirror. The tower, ancient and unfeeling, holds the silence in its walls. And Richard, he fell in battle 2 years later, his body stripped and buried without dignity beneath a friary floor. For centuries, his bones were lost too, until they surfaced beneath a Leicester car park, as if fate had remembered where it placed its regrets. His back was twisted, his skull showed wounds, but none could answer whether his heart had been bent as cruelly as time suggests. The tower remains, cold, massive, watching. Even now, historians debate, argue, write volumes that stack like tombs in a forgotten crypt. Were the bones found in 1674 truly the prince's? Were they murdered by an ambitious uncle? Or did some other hand smother their breath in darkness, far from the reach of memory? The walls won't say, but listen closely, in the hush between midnight and morning, and you might hear it. The rustle of linen nightclothes, the faintest murmur of lullabies, the weightless tread of footsteps that never grew heavier. Because the tower never forgets. It only waits. The wind was sharp that morning, like a blade dragged slowly across the skin of the world. Dawn had not yet broken, but the eastern horizon shimmered faintly with the color of old brass, gray veined with the red of rusted iron. All was silent atop the Cappadocian ridges, save for the whisper of the fog, thick, ancient, and moving like something with a soul. In the distance, the first curls of incense rose from the sacred stones, but the prayers would come too late. For on that morning, an empress would walk into legend, swallowed whole by silence. She was Faustina the Elder, wife to Antoninus, mother to emperors, called divine by poets and dangerous by priests. Draped in imperial wool dyed with the blood of murex shells, she stepped lightly upon the carved steps of the temple path, her golden sandals whispering over dew-wet moss. Pilgrimage had brought her here, far from marble halls and golden courts, into the volcanic bones of Cappadocia, where caves bled steam and gods once listened. Her entourage had stayed behind at the outer shrine, as was custom. The inner sanctum required solitude, reflection, a shedding of earthly noise. And so, alone, she walked towards the cliffside chapel, veiled in incense and mist. The scrolls say the storm rose without warning. Thunder cracked like iron splitting, and lightning forked through the mist like the jagged tears of Olympus itself. The guards sprinted to her path, but by the time they reached the cliff's edge, there was only the wind and the sandals. One pair of golden sandals rested neatly at the brink, their straps still warm. No blood, no torn hem of silk. Only the echo of her last steps, faintly imprinted into the muddy clay path that led straight into the abyss. Not even a stone disturbed, as if she had never truly walked there, as if the earth had only dreamed her presence. Roman scrolls later declared her lost to the heavens, assumed into divinity, as was custom for those of noble blood whose bodies could not be found. But others whispered older things, things darker. The locals remembered the fog. Not ordinary fog, but a living shroud that hissed against skin and stirred shadows in the mind. They said it had rolled down from the dead volcano that loomed like a sleeping god, the same volcano where ancient tribes had buried their kings alive, believing their breath fueled the mountain's dreams. A shepherd boy, barely 12, swore he had seen a woman in white moving within the mist that afternoon, her face glowing like moonstone, her lips silently moving in prayer. When he blinked, she was gone, and where she had stood, the grass had turned black. He would not speak again after that. Back in Rome, Marcus Aurelius wept not in public, but in stone. He commissioned a statue of her draped in eternity, her eyes carved blank, her arms raised not in prayer, but in surrender. He placed it in a silent garden where no flowers grew. For the one taken by gods or wolves, he wrote in his Meditations, though he never clarified which. Oracles were consulted, bones cast upon silk, stars mapped and remapped, goats disemboweled for signs. The verdict was never singular. One oracle, foaming at the mouth, claimed she had walked willingly into the fog to become a bride of something beneath the earth. An old god with breath like sulfur and a voice that turned dreams to rot. Another whispered that Faustina had betrayed the bloodline, that her disappearance was not a vanishing, but an erasure, that she had uncovered a secret in the east, a scroll perhaps, or a stone that revealed the coming fall of Rome, and for that knowledge she had been unmade. One tale, older still, and found etched in a cracked Cappadocian tablet, spoke of a moon-veiled queen who would walk into the mist and return only when Rome burned, that her breath would ride the ash, and her eyes would open beneath a shattered dome. For centuries after, the sight was avoided. Pilgrims came only in daylight, and never alone. They left offerings, rings, braids of hair, scraps of silk at the cliff's edge. And still the fog came, not always, but when it did, it carried with it a hush and the smell of myrrh and something older. Some said they heard the click of sandal straps. Some claimed they saw footprints appear beside their own, though they walked alone. By the time of Constantine, a shrine was built into the cliffside itself, not Roman in style, but older. Carved from volcanic stone, its altar faced not the sun, but the void. Within, a candle burned perpetually, replaced every new moon by silent priests who spoke no Latin and bore no sigils. Faustina's name faded from history's center, pushed aside by louder wars, louder emperors. But in the margins of maps, beside the drawing of the Cappadocian ridges, cartographers sometimes marked a single word in red ink: absorpta, taken. And still, the sandal prints remain. Every few decades, someone visits the site and claims they've seen them, fresh as morning, leading to the edge. Always the same number, always stopping just short of the fall. Archaeologists have scanned the rock, tested for tricks, soil softness, mirages, but the prints do not fade. They appear only when the fog returns, never otherwise. They are not there one day and present the next, as if they emerge from memory, not earth. A letter found in a sealed vault beneath a collapsed church in Naples bore the sign of Aurelius. It was never meant for court eyes. In it, he wrote, "She was too radiant for this empire. I think she knew it. The fog came not for her, but because of her, as if the world bent to her vanishing. I do not believe she died. I believe she walked home. Home." The word lingered in his ink like incense over stone. Perhaps she did. Perhaps Faustina, Empress of Rome, Mother of Marble and Senate prayers, did not fall or vanish, but walked forward into another world. One not built of time or empire, but silence and fog and stone. A place where sandals are set gently at the brink, and memory does not fade, but waits. And if you find yourself standing there someday, on that cliff where the wind howls like forgotten names, listen closely. Not to the wind, but to the pause between gusts. You may hear the quiet rustle of fabric, the soft click of golden sandals. And if you do, turn not toward the void, but backward, for she is still walking, and she is not alone. They say the sea remembers the ones who vanish. And on a cold morning, in the year of the ox, when the fog rolled thick over the harbor of Nagasaki, cloaking ships like ghosts, returning to unfinished business, a vessel unlike any other stirred the still waters. Its sails were not white, but dyed with the ink of night, and its hull bore the cross of a foreign god. The villagers who saw it disappear that day said nothing, but they remembered the man who boarded it, a daimyo dressed in silence, Arima Harunobu, and they never saw him again. The tale of Harunobu was not told aloud for many years. It lived in the hush between temple bells, in the creak of old timber where the Jesuit chapel still stood, abandoned yet untouched, as though even time feared to trespass. He was a man of storms, born in a time of fractured gods. In the waning light of the Sengoku era, when warlords burned the land like dry parchment and ambition drew blades sharper than steel, Harunobu ruled the Shimabara Peninsula with the measured grace of a falcon in flight. He was not the strongest daimyo nor the richest, but he watched the winds, and he understood the weight of silence. He knew that power, once grasped, turned to ash in reckless hands. So he listened to whispers from the sea, to sermons from across the ocean, to the strange men who brought with them the scent of spice, silver, and salvation. It was 1587 when the black ships came, sails like wings of crows, crosses carved into the wood, and tongues that twisted the name of Christ into soft hymns. Jesuit missionaries, bold and dark-eyed, speaking of a kingdom not of this earth. And Harunobu, against the grain of custom and blood, welcomed them. He did not merely tolerate their presence. He drank of their wine. He stepped into their chapels barefoot. He allowed crucifixes to be raised where once stood stone foxes. And at twilight, with incense hanging thick in the air, He took the baptismal name Protasio. His court wept in private. His enemies sharpened their intentions. But Harunobu smiled like a man who had seen a shadow on the wall and understood that it was his own. With the Christians came guns. With guns came leverage. And Harunobu, ever the tactician, rose in power like a shadow at dusk. He built schools, forged trade pacts with the Portuguese, and whispered Latin prayers as easily as ancestral names. Converts multiplied like spring moths to flame, and the bells of Nagasaki rang not for Buddha, but for the Christ of Rome. Yet empires do not tolerate deviance long. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, ruler of a freshly unified Japan, watched with narrowed eyes. To him, Harunobu's embrace of Christianity was not enlightenment. It was a contagion, a foreign vine creeping into the sacred grove. And so came the edict of 1587, as sudden and sharp as a guillotine. Christianity was outlawed. Missionaries were to depart. Temples were to be razed. The convert lords, once hailed as wise for their cosmopolitan vision, were now heretics cloaked in treason. One by one, the Christian daimyos bowed their heads and recanted. But Harunobu did not kneel. They said he argued with the officials sent to strip him of his domain, that he stood in his chapel, flanked by fading icons and the dim glow of candlelight, his hands clasped not in supplication, but in defiance. They said he offered not rebellion, but silence, not threat, but vanishing. And then he was gone. No record spoke of a trial. No blade drank his blood. No rice paper scroll bore his sentence. Only whispers that he was banished, perhaps to China, that he was taken aboard a Jesuit ship under cover of night, that he was poisoned by men who feared his faith would spread like fire across dry pine, that he boarded the black ship willingly, stepping into the unknown as if into prayer. The ship left port at dawn. The mist never cleared. The fishermen, those ancient witnesses to the sea's secrets, swear they saw the black sails vanish without wind, that the ship slid into fog, not waves, that no wake followed, that the silence afterward was unnatural, like a room where breath has been stolen. But his chapel remained. Tucked between the green hills of Hinoi, the stone chapel stood like a wound that refused to close. They tried to tear it down. Twice fires were set, but the walls held. Ash licked the base, but the altar remained cool to the touch. Crosses carved in weathered wood still leaned against the stone. Candles, unlit for years, dripped wax as if weeping for a shepherd who abandoned his flock. Over time, no one entered. Yet flowers appeared at the door every December. A single white lily, always fresh. The children, in secret, played at being Harunobu, standing at the edge of the sea, one hand raised to the horizon, the other clenched in a prayer they did not understand. Elders hushed them. The shogunate forbade even his name, but stories seep through cracks, like water in stone. They say in southern China, a village once held a Japanese monk who spoke fluent Latin and never removed his mask. He healed the sick and refused all wealth. When he died, they found beneath his robes a blade etched with the name Arima. But the blade vanished too. Others claim Harunobu lives still, sailing an eternal sea aboard a ship without anchor, a ship that visits the faithful in dreams, a ship whose sails are black, not from dye, but from shadow, born from the burden of a man torn between heaven and his homeland. If you stand at the shore of Nagasaki on certain nights, just before the tide turns, you may see it, not with your eyes, but with the ache behind them, a glimpse of black sails disappearing into silence, a cross half lit by moonlight. and a figure standing still, looking back not with regret, but with reverence. The sea does not keep secrets. It recites them in waves and forgets them in undertow. But some names, erased by decree, still cling like barnacles to the hulls of memory. Harunabu, the name they tried to silence. But in the breath between midnight bells and the first bird's cry, in that sacred hush of the world half asleep, he lingers. And somewhere out there, a black ship still sails. They say the sky bled lilac, the morning queen Esclarmonde vanished, that the wind stood still, holding its breath, as if time itself feared to disturb her final ascent. No crow cawed, no goat stirred, even the stones underfoot seemed hushed, ancient watchers, grey and mute, guarding the last trail of a woman who defied fire and scripture. It was the summer of 1249, and the Pyrenees trembled beneath the boots of men who spoke of salvation with blades in hand. The Inquisition had come, not with sermons, but with stakes and torches, and the valleys of Languedoc grew thick with the smoke of heresy burned to ash. They called heretics the Cathars, pure ones, seekers of divine light beyond the veils of Rome, and among them walked their queen, Esclarmonde of Foix. But she was no queen in coronet or court. Her throne was a sun-warmed rock beneath pine trees. Her court, the broken-hearted who fled from flame and steel. A scholar, a mystic, a whisper in candlelit caves. The church branded her dangerous, for she offered absolution, not through bishops, but through silence, through stars, through the deep music of solitude. She vanished, they say, at dawn. Witnesses speak in fragments. A shepherd boy saw her pass his hut before the rooster crowed. An old widow in Roquefixade remembers her walking barefoot, robes trailing mist, carrying nothing but a weathered satchel of books bound in faded leather. Another swears he heard her singing, a song with no words, only a melody like a lullaby for the dying. That morning, the sun rose but did not warm. Esclarmonde climbed alone, toward the crag called Pic de Soularac. Her footsteps left no prints on the dew-drenched moss. The air behind her did not stir. By midday, she had vanished into cloud, as if the mountain had opened and swallowed her whole. Some say she reached the summit and dissolved into light, that she became one with the wind, the stars, the very bones of the Pyrenees. Others, darker of heart, whisper she was caught before she reached the peak, dragged from the shadowed trail by men in cloaks bearing the sigil of the cross. That they strangled her with rosary beads, burned her books, and scattered her ashes into an unmarked ravine. But if that were true, why no body? Why no screams? Why no triumphant notice sent to Rome? There are no writings left, they say. Her codices, once copied by moonlight and hidden beneath floorboards and shepherd altars, are gone. Not one has surfaced in 8 centuries. It is as though the parchment wept itself into rainwater, as though each letter leapt from the page and fled. And yet, the songs remain. Low dirges sung in the dialect of old Occitan, hummed by grandmothers to lull babies into uneasy sleep, chanted in secret, in shadows, by those who remember. The melodies speak not of fire, not of torment, but of ascent. A woman clad in night blue, her feet bleeding, her hair loose in the wind, who climbs beyond reach, beyond empire, beyond flesh. She carries nothing but sorrow and disappears into brilliance. Once, near Montségur, a peasant woman was found dead with a scrap of vellum clutched to her chest. It bore no words, only a symbol, a sun rising through mist over mountain peaks. The bishop who examined her corpse ordered the body thrown into a ravine and the symbol scrubbed from record. But some say The mark matched a glyph found etched faintly into stone at the summit of Solarak. It is almost gone now, worn by frost and centuries. But if you look closely, with reverent eyes, it hums beneath the lichen. Even now, strange lights dance across the Pyrenean ridges each midsummer's eve. Pale flickers, blue-white and slow, drifting like spirits unsure of their destination. Locals do not speak of them openly, but children dare each other to climb and watch. Some return changed, quiet, withdrawn, unable to describe what they've seen. Others do not return at all. The Inquisition that once scoured the valleys is long buried beneath dust and regret. But Esclarmonde is not. In every whispered tale, in every song sung with closed eyes, she rises again. A queen without subjects, a martyr without grave, a light that never consented to be snuffed. And so she remains, neither holy saint nor ghost. A myth cradled by moss and wind. A question left unanswered in the high silence of stone. Did she flee the world in defiance to become something greater than flesh? Or was she devoured by the very hunger she sought to heal? Perhaps she walks still, robed in cloud, her breath mingling with storm and fog. Perhaps she watches the valleys where her people once hid, her voice the sigh in the pines, her sorrow the chill that follows solitary travelers. Or perhaps she was taken, silenced not by death, but by erasure, a crime so complete that even memory became outlawed. And yet, we remember. Not her face, not her words, but the echo of her shape against a pale sky. The hush that descends on the mountains when the sun retreats. The moment before sleep, when the heart becomes still and something ancient stirs at the edge of thought. That is where Esclarmonde lives. Not in books, not in churches, but in the softest places, the cracks where light gets in. They say she vanished, but the truth, she ascended. He entered the house just after moonrise. Prince John Palaiologos, brother to the Emperor of Byzantium, carried no torch. The mist that rolled off the Grand Canal clung to his cloak like a funeral shroud. The manor at the edge of the Venetian quarter stood like a coffin, lacquered black wood and stone, windowless and still. His guards, 7 in number, did not speak. Their eyes flicked only once toward the prince as he stood before the iron door and whispered a phrase in ancient Greek. Something responded from within. A bolt slid back. They disappeared inside. By morning, the canal bore the crimson proof of what had transpired. Venice in 1345 was a city steeped in gilded deception, marbled facades masking festering secrets, basilicas hiding infernal pacts behind incense smoke. Whispers of Byzantine gold had drawn every merchant prince and poisoner to its halls. But what John Palaiologos brought was no ordinary coin. He carried folded parchment that smelled of dust and old ink, a treaty that never reached Constantinople, a map inked in blood and wax, a key made of hammered bone, and the name of a city believed swallowed by the earth after the Fourth Crusade, Chrysopolis. That night, he came to reclaim something, though no one could say what. The guards were found just before dawn. Beheaded, their bodies curled like question marks beside the manor's outer wall. On the stone, smeared with fingers, or perhaps tongues, were symbols that had not been uttered aloud since the Library of Alexandria burned. Spirals inside crosses, birds with too many wings, the letter phi scratched until it bled. Prince John was never found. For months after, no one would speak his name. The emperor, his elder brother, revoked his titles in absentia. Letters were burned in the chancery's marble hearth. His seal, a lion devouring its own tail, was struck from all coinage. Monks were ordered to strike his birth from annals with a nail dipped in pitch. Yet sailors brought stories that he had been seen in the catacombs beneath Constantinople, walking beside men with axes of white steel and eyes clouded with sea fog. That he had joined the Varangians, the ghost guard of emperors past, sworn to protect the city even after their deaths. Others claimed he had never left Venice at all. That deep beneath the manor, there was a staircase that spiraled not downward, but inward, and that he still walked it, searching. A letter surfaced nearly a century later in the private collection of a Jesuit inquisitor. It bore no seal. Its language was Byzantine Greek, but the verbs were all in the future tense, as though written by someone not yet born. It read, "I saw the labyrinth, not with eyes, but with memory." It was older than time. Each corridor was a thought, each chamber a wound. I walked beside my brother's shadow. I bled where he bled. The Minotaur wore no mask. It was only my reflection, smiling. The letter was burned by the Inquisition too, years later. The priest who had shown it to the Venetian Senate leapt from the Campanile 3 days after. Some say the labyrinth was real, that beneath Venice, older than the stone paths and basilicas, lies a network of passages that predates Rome, predates even myth, built not by men, but by something else. When the Doge's scribes tried to map the underground, their ink spoiled in the bottle. Torches extinguished themselves. One map, drawn blind by a madman who chewed through his tongue before completing it, showed the city turned inside out. A heart with canals for veins, palaces for teeth. They found the manor sealed a week after the massacre. The rooms were intact, the hearth still warm, though no one had lit it. At the center of the marble floor was a perfect circle, burned into the stone, and within it a single black feather. Not of any bird found in Europe, the kind that glistened blue in candlelight, the kind that buzzed faintly when held. The feather was given to the Doge, who locked it in an iron box and slept with it under his pillow. He died muttering John's name over and over until his breath turned cold. There was a woman too, Isidora di Malcontenta, the widow of a spice merchant, who claimed to have once danced with Prince John at a masquerade near the Lido. She said he wore a mask of polished obsidian and smelled of cedar and morning incense. When he touched her hand, her vision filled with cities of salt and towers of bone. He whispered one word to her before vanishing into the crowd: remembrance. She wrote it in charcoal on the ceiling above her bed, and every night before sleep, she would whisper it back, as though calling something home. After her death, her room was sealed. The word had burned itself into the plaster, blacker than soot, untouched by time. In Constantinople, an archivist named Manuel traced the symbols found at the murder scene to a scroll hidden in the Hagia Sophia's dome, a scroll bound in human sinew. The writing warned of a prince whose shadow walks backward and a city within the mind whose door is locked by loss. He transcribed it in secret, but his heart stopped before he finished. His last word was a whisper, labyrinthos. To this day, the archivist's candle burns faintly each night, though no one tends it. So what did Prince John seek in Venice? A throne, a secret treaty, a buried inheritance from the days when emperors wore purple robes lined with dragon scales? Or did he seek something deeper, a redemption not granted by crown or cross, but by descent into the labyrinth of the self? There are rumors, always rumors, that on cold fog-heavy nights, a boat without oars is seen drifting near the Grand Canal. A man stands within it, tall and silent, face hidden by a hood stitched with stars. If you meet his eyes, they say, you will dream of doors opening inside your chest and of footsteps not your own echoing through stone corridors. You will wake with dust beneath your nails and a map you do not remember drawing. And you will forget your name, just for a moment, just long enough to wonder if it was ever yours. We do not speak of labyrinths in daylight. The light is too shallow, the air too loud. But in silence, when the candles burn low and the walls feel close, one might remember him, the prince who walked into a house and was swallowed by history, who traded gold and blood and lineage for a descent into myth. His name, scrubbed from ledgers, returns in dreams. John Palaiologos, the brother, the seeker, the reflection. And if you listen closely, when the world is still and your breath is slow, you may hear the faintest sound beneath your floorboards. Not footsteps, but the echo of footsteps. Still walking, still searching. Not lost, just deeper. The desert does not forget. Beneath its veil of scorched silence and swirling dust, it holds memory like bone holds marrow. And somewhere among the broken ridges of ancient Syria, where stone lions crumble and lost empires sleep, the name of a vanished prince still hangs in the dry wind, Miran Shah. He was born to power, wrapped in silk and steel, beneath banners embroidered with the sigils of Timur the Lame, his father, the scourge of Allah, the thunder that shattered kingdoms. Miran Shah's youth was carved in conquest, baptized in fire and blood, riding at the heel of a warlord whose shadow blotted out the sun. But even the sons of great kings can be forgotten, especially when they seek the wrong doors and speak the names that echo too loudly in cursed corridors. It was in the year of the black locusts, when the sky wept sand and the rivers turned to wine-dark mud, that Miran Shah led a campaign into the hills beyond Aleppo. His father's empire had swelled like a blister across the continent, and the prince was sent to brand it deeper still. The armies followed him, 6,000 men with bows strung and scimitars honed, marching not against an army, but toward a silence. For there was no enemy in that campaign, only stories. The desert tribes spoke of a tomb, neither Islamic nor pagan, older than the sand itself, built by hands that burned when touched by daylight. A place sealed in obsidian and salt, where the dead did not sleep, and where the name of the buried one was scraped from stone to avoid its return. The Syrians called it Qabr Allah Aud, the tomb of no return. But it was no map that led Miran Shah there. It was a dream. At night, his soldiers heard him whispering in strange tongues, murmuring syllables shaped like rusted bells and bloodied cloth. He scratched circles into the walls of his tent and painted his eyelids with ash. He no longer slept, but stood still, listening. To what? No one knew. A scout once found him weeping in the wadi, his face turned to the sky. Though there were no stars that night, he is searching for something, the captain said, or being called. The prince pressed forward, into valleys that were never drawn and plateaus where the sun hung strangely still. His letters, once clear and precise, grew jagged, fragmented. The last letter ever sent to Samarkand read, "The winds howl without pause. I believe I stand near it now. The earth beneath my feet is warm, though the night is bitter. The guards refuse to look west. One of them saw a child walking upside down upon a ruined wall. I feel that I..." And then the quill broke mid-sentence. The army did not return. 3 weeks passed, then 5, then 9. A rescue column sent by Timur himself found no battlefields, no bones. Only a few riders stumbling mad and blind through the salt-cracked plains, their eyes clotted shut with crystallized tears. They spoke in shrieks, repeating one phrase in a dozen tongues. He opened it. When the searchers reached the last known location of the prince's camp, they found the tent still standing, silent as a mausoleum. Its silken flaps swayed gently, though there was no wind. The ground was dry for a mile in every direction, save for the circle around the tent, where the earth was soaked as if by sea brine. Salt glistened on the poles. The rugs inside were damp and heavy, like they had slept beneath waves. There were no maps, no footprints, no blood, just silence, and the scent of myrrh and decay. Timur never spoke of his son again. In his memoirs, the pages where Miran Shah's deeds should have been were torn clean, as though the parchment feared the memory. A cleric who once served as Miran's scribe was found dead a year later, with his tongue sewn shut and a circle burned into his chest. But the legend survived, passed from caravan to caravan, murmured in tea houses, and whispered by torchlight. Some claimed Miran Shah had gone mad, overtaken by the ancient winds of the jinn. Others said he had uncovered a door not meant to be opened, a tomb that breathed and sang and pulled him into itself. And there are those, fewer now, who believe he walks still, unaged, unseen, wandering beneath the dunes, searching for something he was never meant to find. They say that if you listen near the black cliffs of Latakia, you may hear a voice crying out, half lost in the howl of sand. It says, "I was not meant to return." A strange thing lingers in the air over that place. Birds do not fly there. Camels balk and foam at the edge of its shadow. And the old men, those who still remember the sigils of Timur, lower their heads and mutter prayers when the name Miran Shah is spoken aloud. Time forgets many things. Kingdoms fall, banners burn, languages drown in dust. But the desert remembers. It remembers the heir who rode into a silence older than gods, who followed a voice that was not his own, who vanished not in battle, but in yearning. And it remembers the salt. For in that empty tent, still damp with sea that never was, there was one final object found, folded neatly beside a rusted dagger, a mirror, cracked at the center. And upon its glass, in letters that glowed faintly red even in darkness, were etched these words, "He has seen what lies beneath." So sleep now, dear listener. Let the sands cover your thoughts. Let the desert winds lull you into dreaming. But if you should ever wake with a name on your tongue, a name not your own, a name that echoes with lost blood and forgotten stone, do not speak it. Do not look west. And never, never follow the salt. She was not born of earth and flesh alone, they said, but of ash and blood. Beneath the whispering pines of the Carpathians, where frost never quite melted from the soil, and the wind moved like a ghost with unfinished business, a girl once walked the castle halls barefoot, trailing silence behind her. Her name was Erzsébet Báthory, Countess of Hungary, mistress of Chakticha Castle, and in time, a legend so saturated in horror it dripped from the stones like aged wine. And though her name still sours the tongue, it is not the tale of her crimes that haunts the midnight hours, but the silence of her end. For what is a monster without a death? What is a myth without a body? The year was 1610, when the stones of her world closed in. They say she had bathed in the blood of virgins to preserve her beauty, that her screams echoed louder than her victims, that her hands were cold even in youth. but all stories sharpen in retelling. What is known, what the court recorded in trembling ink, was that she was condemned without a trial, not by sword, but by stone, sealed into her own room with bricks and mortar, a single slitted hole left for air and food, as if she were a fall wind to be contained. No gallows, no blade, just silence. Days turned into months. The castle grew quieter. Servants dared not look at the door, bricked over by the judgment of kings. There were rumors, always. Some swore they heard her singing. Others claimed to hear weeping. A guard reported whispered prayers, not in Latin, but in something older. One man, they say, opened the slit in the wall to pass food and found the plate untouched, yet the air inside smelled not of decay, but of roses. 4 years passed. Then the door was opened. It was supposed to be an ending, a punctuation mark of bones, a relic of justice. They came with priests and torches, half expecting to find the countess sprawled like a broken doll on the cold flagstones, hair matted with time, fingernails clawing into the mortar. But the room was empty. No corpse, no skeleton, not even the rustle of old cloth. Just dust, and the quiet scent of lavender lingering in the air, as if she had stepped out only moments before. The guards searched the castle in fevered silence, torchlight dancing along the walls like nervous spirits. The floors bore no signs of passage. The windows were sealed. The bricked door had been undisturbed since the day it was sealed. Yet Ershebet was not there. Some said her loyal servants had come in secret and spirited her away. Others believed she had bribed the masons and escaped into the forest under cover of night. But there were those, the old women in the hills, the priests who whispered behind cloistered doors, who spoke more darkly. They believed the legend had devoured the woman, that Ershebet had never truly existed, or rather, that she had become something else. Something that could not rot, could not die, could not be weighed or buried. That when you tell a story, often enough, with enough fear, enough blood, enough darkness, it ceases to belong to the flesh. It becomes wind, or shadow, or fog curling through the mountains. They say that on certain winter nights, when the moon is a broken coin and the snow falls without sound, a woman in red silk can be seen walking the upper battlements of Chaktiche Castle. Her feet make no sound, her face is pale as milk, and her eyes glow like dying embers. She does not scream, she does not weep, she waits. One monk, long after the fact, wrote that he had entered the sealed room to pray for her soul. He found no trace of the countess, but carved deep into the inner wall, so deep the stone bled fine dust for days, was a single sentence written in Hungarian. I was never yours to contain. Some dismissed it as a hoax, others as the hallucinations of a guilt-ridden man. But the carving remains, chisel marks, embedded like veins in the stone, untouched by weather or time. The truth? It sleeps somewhere beneath centuries of fear, tangled in myth and memory. Perhaps she died quietly, her body removed by trembling hands, hidden to deny her martyrdom. Perhaps she never existed at all, a fiction stitched together by jealous nobles and frightened clergy. Or perhaps she still walks. In the villages near the castle, mothers hush their children with tales of the blood countess, whispering that she steals those who lie or those too vain to weep. Offer her a prayer, they say, or a drop of wine upon the windowsill, lest she knock gently on your door at dusk. And always, they speak of the door, the one sealed with brick and verdict, the one that held a woman, or tried to. In some versions of the tale, the door never existed, that no such room was walled, that she lived out her days in another estate, quietly fading into history. But that version never takes root. It has no teeth. It is the door that survives. That image of a noble woman turned phantom, shut into her own breath, surrounded by cold stone and colder silence. That impossible room where absence became presence, where the walls told no secrets, but the shadows still listened. Even now, Chaktichi Castle crumbles. Vines have crept across the courtyard like veins in aging flesh. The stones are soft with moss, and the wind howls through hollow rooms like the echo of forgotten sobs. But the chamber remains, the one where she wasn't. Visitors sometimes report feeling watched, a pressure at the nape of the neck, whispers in languages no longer spoken, footsteps pacing just beyond the bricked wall. And once, just once, a traveler took a photograph of that very wall. Later, when he developed it, he found something strange. In the mortar between the bricks, where no light could reach, was the faint outline of a hand pressed against stone from the inside. But there was no sign of decay, no bones, no skin, just the impression of a woman who refused to die properly. A legend that bled through mortar, a name that slipped through the cracks. Erzsébet. She was judged by silence. She was entombed by fear. But in the end, perhaps the Countess did not disappear. She simply stepped into the myth and closed the door behind her in the year the Tigris ran red and the sky above Baghdad darkened, not with night, but with smoke. A silence fell upon the house of wisdom. A silence so total it seemed to echo through time itself, as if the world held its breath, while 1,000 years of scrolls, prayers, and secrets were devoured by fire. That winter of 1258, when the Mongol tide swept across Mesopotamia, was not just the end of an empire, it was the closing of an age. And in the ashes of that catastrophe, a shadow slipped away. Not a soldier nor a scholar, but a caliph, Al-Mustasim, whose fate was said to be sealed beneath hooves and blood. Yet not all stories die as history commands. Some whisper on, like wind caught in forgotten tombs. The night they breached the walls, Baghdad wept. The moon was low and shrouded in cloud, casting no witness to the massacre. Screams came in waves, breaking upon the mosques and madrasas like surf on ancient cliffs. Mongol banners, crimson and black, flapped like ravens over a city whose light was snuffed in a single week. The Tigris, choked with the pulp of books and bodies, carried the death of civilization into the Gulf. And yet, amid this doom, a strange tale took root. They say the Caliph was taken alive, bound in chains of silence, paraded before Hulagu Khan like a relic of some naive god. The Mongol leader had no use for holy men, and so, in the oldest version of the tale, Al-Mustasim was sewn into a carpet, then trampled beneath galloping stallions, his blood soaking the wool, his bones broken in silence, his rule ended without ceremony. But the rug never surfaced. No one saw the corpse, no witness signed the moment. The black stone, sacred heart of the Kaaba, was never recovered among the spoils. And then came the caravan. A week later, cloaked in the chaos, a line of riders slipped south beneath the gaze of the burning horizon. No banners, no horns, camels with veiled loads, guarded by men whose faces were hidden in folds of black. They moved like ghosts through desert and dusk, bearing something weightier than gold, scrolls, relics, whispers. And at their center, a man who never dismounted, whose eyes were wrapped in linen not for blindness, but to veil the burden of what he had seen. Sufi poets call him The blind caliph, a wanderer cursed not with darkness, but with vision so full it scorched his mind. Some claim he carries the black stone, not as a relic, but as a wound, that it whispers to him still, pulsing like a second heart. Others say he holds the last verses of a lost Quran, words erased by empire, but kept alive by bloodline. He speaks only once a year, on a night when the moon eclipses and jackals fall silent. In a village whose name was forgotten before it was built, a shepherd once welcomed a strange traveler. The man offered no coin, only a single date wrapped in parchment that shimmered faintly in the firelight. That night, the shepherd dreamed of cities made of mirrors, of a library where stars were pressed like petals between pages. When he awoke, the traveler was gone, but the date remained, warm, as though just plucked from the tree of paradise. In the highlands of Yemen, a crumbling minaret bears the carved likeness of a man with no eyes and no mouth, only a single word etched beneath, Rahmah, mercy. The villagers say during storms, the tower hums with verses in languages none can name, and that pregnant women sleep more soundly when they rest near its walls. In the libraries of Fez and Timbuktu, anonymous marginalia speaks of a man who taught by silence, who sat beneath olive trees and listened while others wept, offering no answers, only the patience of time. He would press a hand to their chest and whisper, "There is a house in your ribs where God sits waiting." Still, the empire forgot him. History is written by victors, and Hulagu's scribes recorded no caravan, no escape, no relic saved. The Mongol chronicles tell of conquest complete, of the caliphate broken like brittle clay. And yet, the Abbasid name resurfaced decades later in Cairo, wearing different robes, crowned in ceremonial shadow, claiming descent not by sword, but by breath. Was it mere politics, or proof that the caliph endured, passing his flame like a candle in cupped palms? Some believe the caliph rides still, not through lands marked on any map, but across the dreamscapes of those who listen closely. He rides the caravan of the forgotten, a procession of ghostly scholars, veiled guardians, beasts carved from night and dust. His banner is not seen but felt, in sudden hushes, in prayers that rhyme without reason, in the hollow between thunder and silence. He appears when libraries burn, when children bury their fathers, when the last page of a sacred text is torn, and he reminds the soul that what is destroyed in body may yet endure in myth. The black stone, if he bears it, is not a thing of granite, but a cipher of weightless sorrow, a burden no empire could carry. He bears it not to protect it, but because it has no other home. In the Sufi tradition, there is a belief that those who carry divine truths are hidden from the world, not out of secrecy, but mercy. For to see them as they are would shatter the veil we call reality. The caliph, they say, is one such soul, not dead, not alive, but held in the twilight space between, like the echo of a bell that was never rung. His name is not spoken, for names are chains, and he must remain unbound. And so, by night, when stars flicker like candle flames above the desert, and the wind smells of stone and ash, some still swear they see him, a lone rider at the edge of vision, blindfolded against memory, robed in the silence of 10,000 fallen voices. He does not speak. He does not stop. He is the last caravan heading always westward, toward the sun's dying place, toward the borderless horizon where knowledge, like flame, cannot be destroyed, only passed on. Beneath the pale hush of starlight, where the Nile once shimmered like a serpent of glass through black desert sands, A name still lingers in the wind: Horemheb, general, then pharaoh. A man forged in war, crowned by fate, and swallowed, not by time, but by something older, darker, and deeper. His tomb was found, but not him. Only the mute attendants who had followed him into death, sealed in the stone belly of a monument left unfinished, and a single foot wrapped in gold thread, whispering an unholy farewell: return never. It begins in the twilight years of the 18th dynasty, in the sacred heart of ancient Egypt, where temples bled incense and stone bled secrets. Horemheb had once been the sword of Akhenaten, then of Tutankhamun. A soldier with the face of judgment and hands calloused by conquest, he rose not through bloodline, but through bloodshed. Yet even after seizing the throne, he remained a general in spirit, sleepless, suspicious, walking always like a man still among enemies. They say the weight of a crown is heavier when not meant for your head. His reign was marked by reforms, the purging of heresies, the restoration of order. Yet beneath the reforms, rumors curdled like milk left in the sun, that Horemheb feared something. Not treason, not plague, but curse. It began when he returned from a Nubian campaign, a final march against rebels who hid in temples older than dynasties, carved into cliff walls and veiled in smoke. A remote valley, unnamed on maps, where the priests spoke in voices like grinding stone and wore masks that mimicked crocodiles and vultures. One temple in particular, a blackened spire rising from red sand, drew his interest. His men refused to enter. He laughed, spat on the altar, and took the gold idols back to Thebes. That night, one of his men woke screaming, not from pain, but from whispers, dozens of them speaking in a tongue no one knew, but all understood. Another soldier was found with his eyes pecked out, surrounded by feathers, though no bird was near. The general dismissed it. Coincidence, madness, weakness, until the sea voyage. Years later, restless in his sleep, Horemheb embarked on a final journey. Where he went is uncertain. Some say Crete, others say the Pillars of Heracles, but he never reached any port. Scrolls recovered from the palace archives, hidden beneath prayers and grain records, spoke of a stormless voyage turned coastly. One scribe wrote of voices that came from the waters at night, chanting not in the wind but beneath it. Crew members vanished without a sound. Salt burned into the flesh. One man flung himself overboard and was never seen again. The rest grew pale, quiet, waiting. Then the ship vanished. Horemheb's tomb in Saqqara, grand yet strangely vacant, was sealed in haste. His aides were mummified and placed inside, though the embalming was rushed. Their faces twisted, their mouths open, as if gasping something they could not release. But the pharaoh's sarcophagus was empty, no sign of his body, only a golden likeness on the lid, eyes closed, dreaming. Decades passed, centuries. Egypt fell, rose, and fell again. Then, in 1887, during an excavation near Thebes, beneath collapsed pillars and dust-choked corridors, something was found. A foot, mummified, brittle, broken cleanly at the ankle. It had the markings of a warrior. Healed bone fractures, sandal scars, a scar from an axe wound. Age matching to Horemheb. The nails painted in ochre, royal paint, and wrapped around it, fine gold thread, intricately woven with glyphs too precise to be common. The thread read only 2 words: return never. The priest who unwrapped it went blind within the month. His apprentice spoke of seeing a shadow pass over the tent at night. No wind, no moon, but a presence so vast it filled the air with silence. The foot was sent to Cairo. It vanished in transit. A century later, a collector in Budapest claimed to have it sealed in obsidian glass. He died in his sleep. His mansion burned. Only the foot remained unscathed in the ashes. What curse binds a man like Horemheb, one who clawed his way to godhood, only to be denied the peace of a tomb? Some say he stole from a place older than gods, that the Black Temple in Nubia was no shrine, but a prison, that the idols he took were keys, that the sea did not take him, but something in it returned to claim what had been disturbed. Others whisper that he tried to escape death itself, that he bargained with voices in the deep, swearing never to return. But promises, once broken, grow thorns, and gold, though divine, cannot bind a curse. It only reflects it. To this day, no trace of his full remains has surfaced. No bones, no ring, no relics. Only the aids, their mouths still open, their limbs folded in poses of terror. Only the foot, bound in golden finality, and the name, carved into half-built stone, then struck out by sand and silence. Perhaps that is the greatest fear, not to be forgotten, but to be erased. Horemheb's name lingers in no temple prayers, no nightly offerings. He built statues, yes, but none remain standing. His stories end in ellipses, like voices fading mid-sentence. His image, once worshipped, is now a ghost in the margins. A king without a corpse, a general without a grave. And still, the Nile runs. Still, the desert watches. And somewhere, deep beneath the hush of the Red Sea, something waits, singing in a language we do not know, but all understand. Return never, return never, return never. They say Cordoba never truly sleeps. Beneath the whispering palms and the silver tiles of its Andalusian courtyards, something ancient lingers in the heat, like a question left unfinished, like a breath caught mid-verse. In the shadow of its mosque's crimson archways and golden honeyed columns, a name flickers through time like a candle that refused to die, Hasdai ibn Shaprut. It begins as all such tales do, in splendor and in silence. The year is 960, and the caliph's court is dressed in silk and incense. Scrolls are unrolled like rivers. Language is a coin traded between faiths, between empires. Hasdai, physician of the Caliph of Cordoba, poet of the Talmud, scribe of delicate truths, glides through this world like a man carved from both wisdom and smoke. A Jewish man in a Muslim court, his words weigh more than swords. He translates Galen, heals princes, and pens letters in Hebrew, Arabic, Latin. His ink is an envoy, his voice a bridge. But the story is not one of his arrival, it is of his departure. For this is how all legends bend toward the strange. One evening, a scroll arrived from beyond the Caspian Sea. It bore the insignia of the Khazars, a half-mythical people whose kings had once converted to Judaism. The letter spoke of rivers unknown and cities unnamed, of a kingdom where Jewish tongues ruled temples and law. They sought alliance, perhaps kinship. They wanted to speak to Hasdai, not to the Caliph, not to a mere court, to him. Hasdai's hands trembled as he read the script, for he had always dreamed of this, a Jewish kingdom, free and whole, untouched by pogrom or exile, standing proud like Zion reborn, not in stone, but in blood. Was it real? Could such a dream survive the sandstorms of empire? The Caliph, amused by the curiosity, allowed the emissary to visit Cordoba. A meeting was arranged in the Hall of Stars, where moonlight filtered through pierced domes, making the floor glow like heaven had wept its stars into tiles. The emissary came hooded, silent. He knelt before Hasdai and whispered a language that made the lamps flicker. For hours they spoke, of kings crowned with Torahs, of rivers that ran like wine, of mountain forts where menorahs burned day and night, of the great Kagan Joseph, ruler of the Khazars, who sent this letter across the known world to find another son of David. And then, mid-sentence, mid-breath, Hasdai vanished. His guards did not see him leave. The emissary too was gone. The doors had remained closed. No sound was heard. No scream, no cry, not even the rustle of silk. Only the letters remained. Pages spread like fallen feathers across the stone, the last of them trailing off in a half line. And if the kingdom be true, then we are no longer alone, and the exile. It ends there. No dot, no seal, no farewell. Just that broken clause, as if the thought had been stolen from his mind. The court murmured. Some claimed the caliph had tired of his influence and quietly removed him. Others whispered of betrayal, of jealous rivals with daggers dipped in ink. A few said the emissary was no man at all, but a dybbuk of the old world, sent to reclaim a prophet too wise for one place. But the oldest tale, spoken only by candlelight in the forgotten quarters of the Jewish quarter, was this. Hasdai followed the letter east, not by ship nor by caravan, but by will alone. That he walked into the wind one night, barefoot and unburdened, his robes trailing behind him like a second skin. That the wind did not buffet him, but opened before him a path through time. That the stars themselves dimmed in reverence as he crossed the invisible threshold between kingdoms seen and unseen. He did not disappear, they said. He arrived to the hidden Jerusalem beyond the Black Sea, to the city of the lost crown, to the Khazar realm that only exists for those who believe enough to vanish. And in that place, he writes still, not with ink, but with silence, not with words, but with the breath between them. Some nights, when the moon is crescent and the pomegranates hang heavy in Cordoba, a merchant or a monk may find a scrap of parchment on their doorstep. No one sees it arrive. It smells faintly of salt, of myrrh, and of snow. The script is always his. Sometimes it's a poem, sometimes a recipe. Once, it was a line from the Psalms. The stone which the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. No one knows what they mean, but those who read them swear they dream of a place where synagogues have no roofs because the stars themselves are congregation, where no man is exiled and no God is silent. The caliph grew old and died. The court changed hands, names forgotten, kingdoms burned and were rebuilt. But the story of Hasdai lingered, not as fact, not as lie, but as a kind of prayer for those who wait, for those who vanish, for those who believe in cities built from longing. And perhaps that is all any of us are. Letters left unfinished, waiting to be answered by a hand we do not yet know. So sleep now, gentle listener, and listen for the silence between the stars. He might still be writing. In the year of dread, 1237, the skies over Kievan Rus brooded like a closed fist. Beneath their weight, silence fell over the domed monasteries and frost-bitten roads, as if the land itself held its breath. In those last candlelit winters, before the coming fire, there walked a monk in robes, the color of night's own longing. Deep indigo blue shimmered like moonlight on ink. They called him Theophanes, and they whispered that sapphire was not the hue of his robes, but of his soul. He did not speak often, but when he did, it was with the quiet force of prophecy. His voice was like the Dnieper River in early thaw, slow, mournful, inevitable. Some said he had been born under a blood eclipse. Others claimed he had once been a court astrologer who vanished after gazing too long at a comet. The elders of the Pecha Sklavra claimed he needed no candle to read scripture, for his hands gave off a faint glow in the dark. Theophanes warned of fire, not of earthly blaze, but of a fire that galloped on hooves and screamed in a language older than Rus. "They ride from the east," he murmured one night before the icon of the Virgin, "and not even stone shall remember its own shape when they pass." Many dismissed him. Others began digging graves before the frost had melted. One February morning, as the bells rang low and fog choked the Dnieper like smoke from an unseen torch, Theophanes was seen walking toward the riverbank. His scowl shimmered brighter than usual, glowing with a strange internal blue. The fishermen who spotted him swore the water hissed around his ankles, but never wet his feet. He walked into the mist, robes trailing behind like the tail of a comet, and then nothing. He did not return, nor did his sandals, nor his staff, nor even his footprints in the snow. All that was left was silence, disturbed only by the groaning ice and the slow, fearful breath of those who watched from windows barred with iron crosses. Then came the fire. The Mongols swept into Kiev and Rus like a plague given hooves. Monasteries turned to ash before their altars could be stripped. Stone walls, thought eternal, melted into blackened bones of architecture. The bells of Kiev, once proud, were found cracked and silenced, as if they too mourned. And yet, in every ruin, from Chernihiv to Pereyaslav, stories emerged. Unsettling stories. A monk seen walking the rooftops of smoldering cathedrals. A figure bathed in blue light, kneeling amid corpses untouched by flame. In Polotsk, a woman swore she saw him ring a bell that no longer hung, and the sound woke her infant days after death. Pilgrims gathered, barefoot in the soot. They called him Theophanes the Undrowned, the monk of embered rain, the sapphire saint. They prayed not to him, but near him, to whatever silence held him now. Some believed he had bargained with the angel of destruction and now wandered the earth, paying a terrible penance. Others said he had slipped through the seams of the world, a tear in the veil stitched with fire and water. Centuries passed. The Mongol Empire fractured into dust. Kiev rebuilt itself, bone by sacred bone, and memory softened into myth. But time has teeth. In 1782, during the Great Bell Restoration of St. Nicholas Monastery, masons dismantled the old belfry, long silent and crooked with ivy. Beneath the cracked foundations, buried in dry earth, they found robes, deep blue, untouched by mold or moth, warm to the hand, no bones, no dust, no decay, just robes that pulsed faintly when the moonlight struck them, as though the sapphire night had folded itself into wool. The robes were placed in the crypt, then later moved to a reliquary in Lviv. But they did not cool. Even after 3 winters without heating, the sapphire cloth remained warm to the touch, as if worn recently or kissed by a sun that no longer rose. An abbess once dared to press her ear against the cowl. She wept for days and spoke only of a river where no ferryman rode, but all were expected. In the shadowed halls of midnight, the story of Theophanes is not told so much as breathed. Like incense, it curls around the heart, stirring embers of awe and dread. Some nights, when fog covers the Dnieper like burial gauze, old monks still claim to hear the bell, the one that no longer exists, tolling once, faint and blue. The fire came, yes, but perhaps the flame had a witness, a sentinel who stepped beyond death, not to escape it, but to watch it pass, to glow silently, above the ruins. And if you walk near the monastery walls, long after Vespers, long after the candles die, you may see it too. A shimmer, a figure cloaked in sapphire, standing in the place where sky touches ash, watching, waiting, cloaked in something older than time and warmer than the grave. Sleep now, for the monk keeps vigil still. They say the stars abandoned him the night he sailed. No heavenly guide pierced the darkness. No silver light traced his path upon the sea. Only the creaking of timber and the wind's mournful cry bore witness to his journey. Prince Madoc of Gwynedd, born of war, son of a dying king, brother to a blood-stained throne, vanished westward into the hungry arms of the ocean. And though centuries have passed, the waves still whisper his name beneath the moon. It was the year of our Lord, 1170. Wales stood fractured by rival heirs and feuding lords, each clawing for dominion like wolves over a dying stag. Owain Gwynedd, king of the north, had drawn his last breath, and with it tore the fabric of peace. His sons, Madoc among them, were left to fight, not just for inheritance, but for survival. But Madoc was not like his brothers. Where they thirsted for blood, he sought silence. Where they raised fortresses, he wandered the mountain mists. A dreamer, they called him, a wanderer, not a warrior. And perhaps they were right. But he had something they did not, a restlessness in his soul and a whisper in his blood that called him west, ever west. It began with stories passed in fireside hush, tales of a land beyond the setting sun, where rivers shimmered like molten silver and forests sang with voices older than men. A land untouched by Roman spear or Saxon blade, a land where no brother raised sword against brother. Madoc listened, and the stories took root. Some say a monk showed him an ancient chart, ink faded, edges singed, lines that defied logic. Others say he dreamt it, a vision laid upon him by the saints, or the sea itself. Whatever the truth, he gathered a fleet, 10 ships, some say, 12 others, crewed not by soldiers, but by souls like his, disillusioned, gentle-hearted, lovers of poetry and peace. They brought seeds, looms, books, bells, not blades. And under the crimson dragon of Gwynedd, they slipped away beneath a moonless sky, leaving behind a realm drenched in civil war. None expected their return. And indeed, years passed. Wales wept, kings rose and fell, the tides of history surged forward. But then, a miracle. One ship, splintered and salt-worn, limped into Aberfraw. Its crew were wild-eyed, sun-blind, half-mad. They spoke of a paradise across the sea, far beyond the horizon's edge. Vast rivers, mountains that kissed the stars, copper that bloomed in the earth like buried flame. And of Madoc, alive, unaged, building a new Cymru beneath alien constellations. Then they vanished again. Some say they returned to join their prince. Others believe they were silenced by fearful kings, afraid that Madoc's legend might spark rebellion. Regardless, the sea kept its secrets. Centuries passed, and with them, the story grew tall as tower and deep as myth. Then, in the age of conquistadors and compass-bearers, whispers began to surface from the wilds of a distant continent. Among the Mandan tribes of the wide upper Mississippi, early French explorers recorded a strange tale of pale-skinned strangers, long vanished, who spoke in musical tongues and built towers of stone. Some wore medallions bearing a dragon, others carved crosses into bark. The tribes called them moon people, or sometimes brothers of the dawn. Their bones, it was said, still lay beneath certain hills, wrapped in cloths not woven by native hands. More curious still were the rumors of a language spoken by some of the elder Mandan that bore a curious resemblance to Welsh. When British missionaries arrived in the 18th century, they were astonished. They recorded chants, fragments of prayers, lullabies with rhythms not unlike those of Simru. The idea took root again that Madoc had lived, loved, and died in a forgotten Eden, his people absorbed into the land like rain into thirsty soil. But not all welcomed the legend. Historians scoffed. No proof, they said. No ruins, no texts, no maps. Merely the fever dream of a fading culture desperate to claim pride before an empire. They dismissed the Mandan Welsh as coincidence, the stone towers as erosion's trickery, the chants as colonial projections. Yet the mystery lingered. In Kentucky's winding caves, beneath the red cliffs of the Alabama rivers, explorers uncovered mounds and ruins no tribe claimed as their own. Walls edged with spirals, burial chambers with skulls laid east to west, a Christian custom, some claimed. Once near Mobile, a child's skeleton was unearthed, clutching a bronze crucifix beneath the earth. And always, always, the sea called back with silence. What happened to Madoc? Did he truly cross an ocean without stars, led only by longing? Did he build a fragile kingdom among the trees and rivers, only for time to smother it in ivy and ash? Did his people die in some forgotten skirmish, unknown to all but wind and crow? Or did they live quietly for a time, planting Welsh apples in alien soil, singing lullabies to a sky that bore no dragon? Did they love? Did they dream? Did they forget? Perhaps the greatest tragedy is not that they vanished, but that they were remembered in fragments, as shadows on stone, as songs without names, as ghosts speaking a language no longer theirs. Tonight, when the sea lies still and the stars retreat behind cloud, walk to the edge of the world and listen. You may hear the creak of ancient timbers, the hush of wind through unfamiliar sails, the low, mournful hum of a bard's song carried west on the tide. Prince Madoc never returned, but in every story told, every question asked, he sails still, across oceans of doubt, through fogs of forgetting, searching for a place where peace blooms eternal, where no brother draws blade, where the stars finally guide him home. They say the snow never forgets. In the high Alps, above the reach of church bells or the cries of pilgrims, silence presses heavy like a 1,000-year-old cathedral dome. The sky is grey, nearly white, smothered. The pines stand still, cloaked in ice, like sentinels that do not breathe. Beneath their frozen canopy, the wind moves carefully, as if afraid to disturb something sacred or cursed. It was on such a road, curved and cruel as a serpent's spine, that the trail of the Persian envoy came to its end. His name was Mirza Mehdi, a man of soft voice and hard purpose, sent from Isfahan in the winter of 1602 by the will of Shah Abbas the Great. His journey was to be legendary, across deserts, mountains, and courts of glittering sin. His mission, to present letters and silks, golden blades, and words of alliance from Persia's crown to the Vatican's throne. Peace perhaps, or power, or prophecy. From Isfahan to Venice, he had made it, flanked by 20 men and 24 horses, their hooves painting long strokes across snow, sand, and stone. In Venice, he lingered, speaking gently with doges and friars, wrapping his thoughts in poetry and his hands in rings. But he never reached Rome. The Alpine pass he chose, whether by design or devil's whisper, was narrow, high, and treacherous. Local guides had warned him, the Mont Cenis path is cursed in winter. It swallows travelers like wolves in fog. The snow does not fall, it waits. Still, Mirza Mehdi went on. He believed in destiny. He had seen omens in tea leaves and stars stitched into carpets and ink spilled over maps. He trusted the heavens and the shadows between. And then silence. It was 3 days later that a merchant caravan stumbled upon the wreckage, a procession of splintered carts and torn silks, half buried beneath fresh snow. Hoofprints led to nowhere, vanishing mid-path, as if the earth had simply opened its mouth and swallowed the riders whole. There was no fire, no blood trail, no footprints leading away. Only one thing moved: a lone horse, Persian bred and foaming at the mouth, limping towards the valley with no rider, its saddle stained with frozen ink and what they believed was blood. The courier's chest, where the Shah's letters were kept, had been opened, its seals broken by frost or blade. Strips of parchment fluttered like prayer flags among the rocks. The script was in Persian and Latin, smeared and unreadable. It was said that one fragment mentioned Jerusalem, another apocalypse. But those were rumors, dreams half remembered, lies born from fear and snow. Some whispered it was bandits, though no gold was taken. Some said papal spies had intercepted him, afraid of a Persian alliance that might bring Ottomans to heel and crack the brittle shell of Christendom. But no arrows were found, no bodies dragged off the trail. Others told darker tales, that Mirza Mehdi was too proud and had spoken aloud the true name of an old alpine god, buried beneath glaciers older than Rome, that he had brought with him sacred scrolls forbidden to cross papal lands, that one of his men, possessed by doubt or devil, led the others into blasphemy, and the mountain exacted a toll. There were survivors, claimed a monk from the hospice at the St. Bernard Pass. He spoke of a boy, frostbitten and blind, who was found at the monastery's threshold the morning after the blizzard. The boy whispered in Farsi, reciting only one phrase over and over. We reached the pillar of fire, but the fire turned to snow. The monks, fearful of demonic influence, sent him away. No one knows what became of him. A year later, another envoy was sent. He never crossed the Alps, chose the sea instead, avoided the mountains, avoided the silence. Mirza Mehdi's name faded from most histories. A line in a ledger, a ghost on the road. But in the mountain villages of Savoy, they still speak of him. When the snow falls unusually fast, covering paths in hours instead of days, the elders say the Persian returns. When a traveler disappears and their horse arrives alone, its eyes wild, its breath steaming, they say the envoy walks again. Some shepherds claim to have seen him, a tall figure wrapped in fur and gold, his face hidden, his hands stained black with ink. He walks without leaving tracks. He hums in a language older than Latin. He carries a scroll bound in bone, though no one knows what it says. Children are told not to follow music into the woods, not when it sounds too distant or too sweet, because the snow remembers. And the snow is hungry. In time, scholars would search the archives in Isfahan and the Vatican alike. They would piece together letters, compare signatures, debate intentions. Was this diplomacy, espionage, a pilgrimage? But none could explain how 20 men could vanish, without cry or struggle, without fire or farewell. None could explain how a mission of such weight could dissolve like breath on a mirror. It is said that the Shah never spoke of Mirza Mehdi again. But one winter, years later, he ordered the construction of a quiet garden in Isfahan. There, among cypress trees and silent fountains, was placed a single stone, unmarked, save for the carved image of a horse's head bowed low. Some believe that is where the envoy rests, that he made it home in spirit, if not in flesh. Others believe he is still walking across snow, across centuries, trying to finish a message never delivered, in a tongue now forgotten, for a world that no longer listens. So if you ever cross the Alps in winter, and the wind carries the scent of ink and myrrh, and you hear hooves but see no rider, remember, some paths are not meant to be taken twice. Some letters are not meant to be read, and the snow, ancient and white as bone, does not forgive. It waits. The wind that passed over the island of Lesbos that autumn carried no song, no scent of the sea. Only silence, thick and strange, clung to the stones like dew. And in the haze of twilight, as the shadows lengthened like forgotten prayers across the cracked monastery walls, an old woman walked the path alone, hooded, veiled, and unburdened by time. She moved with the solemn grace of someone who had already been mourned. They say her smile held secrets, but it was her silence that stayed behind, echoing long after her steps had vanished. She had once ruled an empire. Irene of Athens, crowned empress of Byzantium by her own will and wrath, had been many things: mother, widow, regent, ruler, and to some, a usurper. In the glittering halls of Constantinople, beneath vaulted ceilings and incense-draped icons, her voice had once commanded armies, dismissed patriarchs, and made laws as easily as one might offer a prayer. But power in Byzantium was never held. It was merely borrowed from the divine and snatched away by mortal betrayal. In the year 813, when the court turned cold and the throne was seized by Leo the Armenian, Irene's reign ended without a blade drawn. She was sent to exile, not with chains, but with coins too meager for a woman who once weighed her crown against the empire's treasury. They shipped her to Lesbos, the island of poets and prisoners, where olive trees swayed like silent witnesses, and the sky never forgot to look down. No one recorded her death. No grave bore her name. No shrine offered oil or prayer. The island kept her, and then it didn't. Years passed, and those who searched found nothing. Not a shroud, not a whisper, just tales, soft as candlelight, and just as fleeting. One tale spoke of a monk. He came to a convent on the western hills, robes stained with dust, eyes too clear for a man who had spent his life in silence. He asked no alms. He spoke little. But when he prayed, the nun said, it was as if he were conversing with someone older than God. He brought a comb made of ivory, and once, when the veil slipped, a golden thread shone beneath his cowl. The abbess asked no questions. The silence between them was sacred. Others swore she was seen in Rome, restored in secret by those who still called her Basilissa. They said Irene knelt in the old churches with Latin on her lips and grief in her eyes. She wore no jewels, only a cross carved from cedar, and when the wind blew through the basilica arches, it sounded like old Greek hymns half remembered. But it is the tale of the veil that endures. It was dusk when she came to the convent gate, an old stone archway overgrown with vines, the kind that remember hands that once pressed them in farewell. The nun who opened the gate recalled her clearly, though she swore the woman cast no shadow on the threshold. She wore a simple mantle of wool, deep grey, as if she had dressed herself in storm clouds. Her veil was pulled low, but her mouth was smiling, not with joy, but with the sad softness of someone who had loved something vast and lost it. I am only passing, she said. The nun offered bread. The woman declined. I left my crown at the edge of the world, she whispered, and now I am only waiting to be forgotten." Then she stepped into the cloister garden, where the light of dusk turned the olive branches to ash. The birds did not sing, the bells did not toll, and as she passed beneath the arched colonnade, her form seemed to fade, not like a ghost, but like a breath swallowed by silence. No one ever saw her again. The stones remember where she stood. Pilgrims come still, not many, just enough to keep the dust disturbed. They say if you kneel by the olive tree near the chapel wall at sunset, you'll smell the faintest trace of frankincense and myrrh. Some bring veils, others leave coins. No one speaks. In the imperial records, she is listed as exiled. No tomb, no relics, no martyrdom. But Byzantium, for all its gold and blood, never loved clean endings. Its stories fold like icons, layers of paint, hiding truths too sacred or too dangerous to speak. Irene was the first woman to rule the empire in her own name. She restored the veneration of icons when all the world feared the wrath of heaven. And yet, her final act was not war or decree. It was vanishing. What is it to disappear in a world of record-keeping and rumor? To slip not into death, but into legend? Perhaps Irene understood something few rulers ever grasp, that power ends not with exile or execution, but with forgetting, and to vanish without a trace. That is a kind of divinity, a mystery no historian can exhume. They called her Porphyrogenita, born in the purple, anointed by empire and fire. But she chose the veil over the diadem, silence over decree. Perhaps she knew that empires crumble, but legends linger like incense, smoke curling through the rafters long after the candles are gone. The queen who disappeared behind a veil did not leave a corpse. She left a question. And sometimes, in the monasteries of Lesbos, when the wind is quiet and the icons seem to watch you with living eyes, you might hear it echoing. Did she die? Or did she ascend quietly into the realm where forgotten queens walk barefoot through gardens no one remembers, wearing crowns of olive leaves and silence? In that realm, the empire never fell. It was simply folded away like a prayer left unfinished. The sea does not forget. It murmurs like a mourning widow, speaks in riddles woven from wind and wave, and remembers all that was taken from the land and never returned. On certain nights, when the moon hangs heavy and pale like the eye of an ancient god, fishermen on the southeastern shores of Tamil Nadu speak not with their nets, but with their silence. For they have seen her, not flesh and blood, but sail and shadow, gliding across the mirror sea, where no oars churn, no voices echo, and yet the scent of jasmine and sandalwood lingers faintly on the salt wind. They say she was born under an eclipse, a daughter of the great Chola dynasty, carved in gold and silk, with a mind sharp as a temple bell's ring, and eyes that held the monsoon sky. Princess Kundavai, second of that name, though some say she bore the soul of the first, the elder Kundavai, who once guided kings and poets alike. The temple archivists tell of a girl who would sneak into stone libraries at dawn, reading sacred verses by the light of sesame oil lamps, her fingers ink-stained, her heart aflame with restless knowledge. She was beloved, not just for her grace or beauty, but for the way she spoke of gods as if they were kin, and of distant lands as if they'd whispered to her in dreams. In 1083, the stars shifted. The temples beat with unfamiliar rhythms. There were whispers from the courts of Java, the island of incense, rain, and shadows, that a sacred lineage had crumbled there, and that only the words of the Vedas, carried eastward by pure hands, could restore divine balance. It was not her father, nor the court priests who proposed the voyage, but Gundavai herself. She stood before the court, draped in indigo silk, her wrists heavy with gold, her voice calm as dusk. "Let me carry the fire." And so a fleet was readied, not for war, not for conquest, but for a pilgrimage across the southern seas. 20 ships of sandalwood and teak, their sails stitched with lotus motifs and copper suns. They bore temple dancers, elephant handlers, cartographers, and most precious of all, palm leaf manuscripts sealed in lacquered chests, verses older than kingdoms, inked in devotion and guarded by silence. The people lined the shores to see her off. Children threw marigolds into the surf. Monks rang bells so slowly that the sound seemed to come from the ocean floor. She boarded at dawn. It is said she carried no weapon, only a mirror, a small round polished disc of bronze gifted by a Javanese envoy long ago. "To see your soul," he had said, "when the stars forget your name." For weeks the sea was kind. Dolphins raced beside them. Lanterns were hung each night like floating stars. She prayed at twilight, chanted hymns no one had heard in centuries. And when she dreamed, she saw stone temples rising from the jungle, empty niches waiting for the gods she bore. But the mirror sea is not always still. The records speak of it plainly. A sudden storm beyond calculation, ships torn like leaves, lanterns lost to black winds, screams swallowed by the waves. A lone vessel glimpsed by pearl divers, days later, drifting near Sumatra, its sail intact, but its deck empty. No wreckage returned to Tamil shores, no bones to bury, no final word from the priests or the stars. And yet, Javanese records from that same century begin to change. Carvings in moss-eaten temples depict a foreign queen with almond eyes and a lotus mark on her brow. An inscription in Old Tamil was found beneath a crumbled shrine at Borobudur. She who carried the fire planted it here. No name, no remains, only silence shaped into stone. And in the dreams of fishermen, passed from grandfather to grandson, a vision recurs. A ship, ghost-white and perfect, gliding across the sea on windless nights. Its sail bears no emblem. Its deck is lit by an unseen flame. At its helm stands a woman of impossible stillness, her face veiled, her hand resting on a mirror that reflects no stars, only the endless water beneath. They say if you speak her name aloud, when the moon is full, the sea stirs, that jasmine blossoms float to the surface, that your nets will return heavy with silver fish, or with nothing but bones. Some swear they've heard chanting, low and rhythmic, carried across the water like incense. Others, bolder, have tried to follow the ship, only to find themselves turned around, sails slack, compasses dead. And once, long ago, a child was found walking barefoot along the shore at midnight, humming a hymn none could recognize. Her eyes as blue as monsoon clouds, her palms stained with ink. But the sea does not give back what it takes. It transforms. Perhaps Gundavai never reached Java as flesh, but as myth. Perhaps the fire she bore needed no body to burn. In every temple where her name is whispered, where bells chime just once at midnight, something stirs. An unseen wind, a shiver in the candle flame. She is no longer princess, nor queen, nor saint. She is the breath between waves, the echo of a prayer lost at sea, the memory of a voyage that sought no glory, only grace. Tonight, as you lie beneath your own ceiling of stars, listen closely. There is a rhythm beneath silence, a pulse beneath stillness. It is the sea remembering her. It is the mirror remembering your own reflection. Not as you are, but as you were, long before birth, when your name was still written in water. They say fire is the end of things, that when the flames rise, memory crumbles into smoke, and all that was once bound in ink and parchment, in voice and vow, is lost to the devouring dark. But not all ashes rest easy. Some glow beneath the cinders, whispering of a name that would not burn. Michael Servetus. A man born in the crackling silence between centuries. A child of Aragon, where the winds carry incense and blood alike, and where cathedrals rise like mountains on the backs of the devout. He was baptized Miguel, but history would mark him with sharper syllables. Michael, physician, theologian, heretic. His was a mind that moved like water through stone, restless, unyielding, cutting through the orthodoxy of Rome and the icy precision of Calvin. He dared to speak of a trinity unrecognizable to the church and of the circulatory rhythm of blood long before Harvey gave it name. His words were sacred and profane, stitched together with veins of rebellion. But truth, in the 16th century, was not a river. It was a pyre. In Geneva, where the air clung heavy with piety and suspicion, Calvin's shadow stretched long. Servetus had written him letters, long, bladed arguments meant to wound and awaken, but they arrived like insults hurled at a winter lake. No echo, only stillness, and then a trap. Captured, imprisoned, tried not for science, but for sacrilege. Servetus stood in chains. The verdict was known before the trial began. Heretic, blasphemer. Sentence: to be burned alive with his books tied to his body, so that neither flesh nor word would remain. The morning of execution dawned thin and grey, a paper sky. Witnesses claimed he trembled not, only muttered a psalm in a tongue none could place. The flames rose, licking at leather bindings and bare skin alike. A body collapsed, smoke rose, and Geneva turned its gaze elsewhere. But the dead have a way of writing back. Decades passed, empires shifted, the church declared new enemies. Calvin's descendants buried his memory in marble. Yet in the crowded quarters of Istanbul, deep within the Suleymaniye quarter, where ink flows freer than wine and secrets drift between languages like dust, a letter arrived. It was unsigned, save for a sigil, curled like a serpent devouring its own tail. Inside, in elegant Latin untouched by the local dialects, were thoughts too sharp, too familiar. Arguments of divine unity, of soul and body intertwined, of spirit as light and not fire. Observations on blood and breath. It was not merely a ghost speaking, it was a scholar still at work. The letters came sporadically, always from a different hand, but always with the same spiral seal. Bound in folios hidden among traders' maps and Ottoman physicians' journals. They spoke of anatomy with startling insight, of theology with perilous precision, and in each a quiet grief. One such folio arrived in Venice in 1594 to a printer whose father had once fled Geneva. The ink was fresh, the parchment Ottoman, and the postscript: they burned a mirror, but not the man. You must learn to look in fire differently. The Inquisition took notice, but none could trace the writer. He, if it was still a he, had vanished behind veils of empire, lost in the call to prayer, reborn in a city where one might wear 1,000 names and none at all. Some claim a Moorish physician working in the imperial court bore a striking resemblance to the sketches of Servetus, a man who healed with hands too practiced, who kept a crucifix tucked inside a Quran, whose journals were filled with sketches of hearts, lungs, and words, always words that danced too closely to forbidden truths. Others say it was a hoax, that Servetus died screaming in Geneva, his bones now silent beneath Calvin's shadow, that the letters were forged by disciples or madmen. But then came the dream. A Jesuit scribe in Prague, near death from fever, claimed he saw a man wreathed in golden fire walking through a library that burned but did not consume. The man looked up and said, "Tell them the serpent survives. Tell them ink remembers." He awoke with the sigil carved into the wood of his bedside table. What, then, are we to make of the serpent? Some say it is the mark of rebellion, Ouroboros, the eternal return. That Servetus, like knowledge itself, cannot be killed, only transformed. That fire does not end things, but transmutes them. That he became not martyr, but myth. Others whisper darker things, that in fleeing death, he bound himself to something older, something beyond God or science. That the sigil is not merely a signature, but a pact. That his survival came at a cost, one not yet paid. There are stories, always in hushed tones, of a man appearing at times of theological rupture. In Paris, during the Enlightenment. In Lisbon, after the quake. In Cairo, when the scholars were driven underground. Always in shadow. Always with eyes that seem to recognize too much. They say he leaves behind diagrams, notebooks, and sometimes only the serpent. A heretic who would not die. Or perhaps a man who understood that immortality lies not in flesh, but in flame, carried not in body, but in the breath between words. A name carried forward, like a chant no church can silence. Michael Servetus. They thought they killed him in 1553, but in every whispered letter, every forbidden theory, every breathless speculation in the margins of banned books, he lives. Somewhere, in the silence after the final page, in the moment before sleep takes you, you might hear it. A scratch of quill on parchment, the hiss of a candle snuffed, a voice just beyond comprehension, whispering not for redemption, but remembrance. Because some men do not die, they burn. And in burning, they become fire itself. When the wind sweeps across the steppe at midnight, it does not whisper. It weeps. It sings a song older than memory, older than language, older than even the first hoofbeat that ever shattered the silence of the plain. And if you listen closely, beyond the rustle of grass and the cry of owls, you might hear her name, or what's left of it, Altani. They say she rode like lightning stitched to a woman's spine, that her eyes were the color of fresh blood on silver, that her voice, rarely heard, was low, steady, and final, like the tolling of a war gong before dawn. She was born under a lunar eclipse, or so the fireside legends go, the same night a white mare miscarried in the Khan's stable, and wolves were seen pacing the horizon. From the first hour, the shamans knew she was marked. Not cursed, not blessed, marked. The court scribes of the eternal blue sky barely mention her. A line here, a name misplaced, a footnote lost in the swirl of imperial conquest. And yet, every fire in the Mongol heartland has told her tale, in secret, in lullaby, in warning. For Altani was no consort, no cloaked daughter of some long-rotted noble. She was steel in sinew, a blade made flesh, the sword maiden of the steppe. In the chaotic bloom of Genghis Khan's rise, when blood soaked the grasses and cities burned like offerings to heaven, Altani was there, just behind the great general's shadow. Her band of riders wore no banners, claimed no clans, only a mark, a slit-mouthed mask of beaten silver, worn over the face in battle, expressionless and eerie, as if to silence the screams before they began. Some called her the Khan's dagger, others his ghost, but those closest to the truth said nothing. silence was safety, and Altani moved in silence. Her warriors were women and broken men, runaways, disgraced sons, widows whose children had been taken in tribute. They swore not by oaths, but by vengeance. They rode without mercy, striking where the Khan's diplomacy faltered, destroying those too cunning or proud to bow. When Altani entered a village, the dogs would whimper and flee. Chickens stopped clucking. The air itself held its breath. And then, just as suddenly, she vanished. It began with fire. Her tent, pitched on the outskirts of a temporary war camp near the Orkhon River, was found burning in the dead of night. Witnesses saw nothing, heard nothing. Only the smoldering ruin by dawn. Inside, the scorched remains of blankets and weapon racks. But no body, no blood, only the silver mask, lying upright among the ash, its mouth a slit, narrow, eternal. The Khan did not speak of it, not in council, not in war chant. When asked, his generals deflected. She was never ours, they muttered. She rode where she willed. But behind closed flaps and sacred altars, the old ones wept, for they knew this was not death, it was disappearance, which is worse. And then the stories began to grow like roots in darkness. A Tuvan scout swore he saw her galloping through mist 3 nights later, alone, maskless, eyes red with smoke. A Chinese merchant claimed a masked woman slit the throat of a betrayer in his caravan under a blood moon. And in a border village far to the west, a group of raiders were found butchered in silence, their mouths stuffed with horsehair, their eyes gouged and filled with soil. Altani had not died. She had become something else. The steppe began to sing of her again, but now in reverence, in dread. Mothers told their children not to lie or steal, lest the masked rider come by night. Shamans whispered that she had been betrayed by her own, offered as a blood price to dark spirits, and now hunted those who broke sacred bonds, a patron saint of betrayal's reckoning. And in dreams, her followers, scattered and in hiding, claimed to feel the wind shift, to hear hoofbeats, to smell burning silk. The silence around her grew louder than any war drum. For what was she now? No longer soldier, no longer flesh, but legend, spirit, knife edge incarnate. There are songs still that cannot be sung before dawn. Verses that speak of a silver mask that binds the mouth not to silence, but to protect the world from the vengeance behind it. They say Altani gave herself to the wind, and the wind gave her form to justice. And still, her mask remains, preserved in a temple no one guards. Beneath layers of incense smoke and melted wax, it rests on a stone altar, too cold to touch, even in summer. No name marks the site, but the monks who tend it wear red thread across their lips, and no blade is drawn in anger beneath its roof. Not ever, for if the blade is drawn, if the blood runs wrong, if a soul calls out in betrayal, then she comes, not with rage, not with fury, but with that endless sorrowful stillness that rides before a storm, with eyes like morning, with hands that never shake, with the silence that knows your sins before you speak them. She does not speak, she does not run, she cuts, and when it is done, when the soil is red and the night is still, she is gone. Only the wind, curling around the grasses, brushing the ashes, remembering. Some say she was real, that she was a brilliant tactician whose name was buried by jealous men, that her bones lie in a forgotten shrine, far from the monuments of empire. But those who've heard the wind sing her name, low, weeping, vengeful, know better. She is not buried. She waits, she watches. And if you should betray, if you should whisper treason or smile while hiding a blade, know this: your blood is known, your heart is marked, and there is a rider in the dark who does not sleep. She rides not for conquest, nor for coin, nor even for memory. She rides for the promise broken. And the silver mask watches still. The forest did not forget her name. Even as the centuries folded over themselves like damp moss upon stone, the wind still stirred through the oaks with a whisper that tasted of her, a name not spoken in the tongues of conquerors, but in the hush between leaves. Epona. They called her the Veiled, though few had truly seen the face beneath. She was more shade than woman, more silence than speech. Some said she had braided her soul into the roots of the land itself. Others believed she had never been born, but rather awakened when the first Roman boot defiled Gaulish soil. It was the year 52 BCE, and the legions of Julius Caesar marched like thunderclouds across the land, their banners golden, their blades unclean. Where the rivers once ran with trout, they now ran with blood. Where children had once played beneath the ash trees, now smoke rose in spirals of mourning. Rome was afire eating everything green, but not all bowed, not all burned. In the deepest shadows of the Arduena Silva, the forest men now called the Ardennes, there moved a presence cloaked in wolf's fur and ash. She wore no crown, but the elk knelt before her. She bore no blade, but her words cleaved stone. They said she could stop the breath of an eagle with her chant, that she carried a staff of twisted yew, older than time, that her left eye saw the stars as they were on the night of your death. Epona the Druidess, daughter of silence, enemy of empire. She did not fight in the ways Rome understood. She did not march nor siege. She vanished, reappeared, vanished again. An entire garrison went missing in the woods of Canutes, their armor found days later, stacked in a perfect spiral around a skull of boar. A centurion reported hearing a woman's voice chanting in a language older than Latin, then nothing but darkness and the slow beat of drums that had no drummer. Epona led no army, but still they followed her, farmers with blackened teeth, boys too young for war, women who carried grief like kindling. They were not warriors, but they became something else under her, something that did not yield. Rebels, number not rebels, guardians. She did not teach them to kill. She taught them to disappear, to wait, to become mist and branch and owl. But every shadow meets its dawn. It was in the autumn of that bitter year, when the oak leaves fell like rusted coins, that the Romans struck with the weight of fury and shame. They had had enough of ghosts. Scouts led them to a gathering in the stone circle of Brenna Vale, where a fire had been lit to mark the Feast of Fog. Her followers were caught in a crescent of steel. The circle was bathed in screams. And Epona, she was not among them. They searched. They tore through the woods like wolves poisoned by smoke. They found nothing but fetishes of bone hung in trees, and a single word carved into a fallen oak: not yet. Rome called it a victory. They built a fort on the ashes and named it Augustum. The trees wept resin for 7 winters, yet she would not fade. 3 decades later, across the black waters of the Channel, in a quiet village of thatched roofs and iron mists, a census was taken. Britannia was no less a jewel in the emperor's eye than Gaul had been. And amid the scrolls and figures and names of livestock, a curious entry was penned. One woman, blind, unnamed, said to teach the art of dreaming to the sick, resides near the standing stones of Navernum. She was old then, or perhaps only seemed so. wrapped always in veils. She never ate in public, never slept indoors. Children came to her with night terrors and left with feathers in their hands. Men with war-broken minds were sent to her. They returned quiet, eyes wet with things they could not describe. They said she taught not with words, but with humming, long, slow, like the wind moving through wet bark. They said her dreams tasted of honey and storm. And they said her hands, though sightless, could find the wound beneath the wound. One day she vanished again, just as before. A boy claimed to have seen her walking into the moor, barefoot, her veils unraveling behind her like strands of moonlight. Another claimed she had turned into a white doe before reaching the stones. The census did not record her death. Years later, a Roman patrol found a carving in an ancient oak, half swallowed by moss and age. It showed a veiled woman with antlers upon her brow, standing between a lion and a hare. Beneath her feet, a coiled serpent eating its tail. Beneath that, the same word. Not yet. They burned the tree, but they could not stop the stories. Even now, in the lands that once bore the weight of Roman roads, old women still leave milk at the base of trees before dawn. Children born under eclipses are given names that start with E. And every now and then, a dream walker is born, blind from birth, who hums the old songs no one remembers teaching them. Some say Epona became a goddess. Some say she was one all along, that she was never one woman, but the voice of the forest made flesh when the world grows too cruel. Others believe she entered the bark of the trees, slumbering in their rings, waiting for another fire to come. The Romans wrote many names in their ledgers. They recorded lands, cattle, taxes, deaths. But they could never capture silence. They could never number dreams. And so she remains, in the breath between leaves, in the hush before thunder, in the moment before a wounded man finally sleeps without screaming. She was not a rebel. She was the answer the land gave to Rome. And she will return, not as a woman perhaps, not as a name, but as the pause before forgetting, as the echo that does not end, as the mist curling over broken stone. Not yet. They say the gods buried a sin beneath the heart of Angkor Wat. It does not appear on any map. It is not carved into the sandstone walls. The monks do not speak of it, and the kings who once ruled the Khmer Empire made a pact of silence, sealed in incense smoke and dying breath. Yet something remains, a pulse in the stone, a hush in the corridors, a locked door that has not been opened for 800 years. And at the center of this silence, a man named Kambu, whose name was once inscribed in gold leaf and later scratched out, as if to banish even the memory of his genius. The story begins in 1231, when the empire stood at the height of its splendor. Angkor was a jewel in the jungle, sprawling, golden, impossible. Its towers soared like stone lotus buds, catching firelight at dawn, drawing shadows at dusk. Pilgrims wept at the gates, soldiers knelt. The air itself shimmered with incense and prophecy. But deep beneath the sanctified stone, below the eyes of kings and gods, a second temple was whispered into being, not in light, but in shadow, not by decree, but by design. The man tasked with its creation was not a priest, nor a noble, nor a servant of court. He came from the edge of the forest, where the mist never lifted. His name was Kambu, and they said he could read stone like scripture. No one remembered who summoned him. Some claimed he had no birth record, no lineage. Others believed he had arrived during a solar eclipse, when the sky turned black and the birds fell silent. Kambu did not build as others did. He did not measure in cubits or chant mantras before laying a stone. Instead, he listened to echoes in corridors, to wind through broken arches, to the silence between prayers. His sketches were strange: spirals, mirrored towers, staircases that descended forever, doors with no hinges. He claimed the design came to him in dreams, and that it must never be altered. "It is not I who build," he whispered once, "but something deeper, something already waiting beneath." The kings, intoxicated by visions of glory and conquest, permitted him his madness. They gave him workers, stone, silence, and so he began. For 9 years he toiled, not above where the pilgrims walked, but below, in chambers flooded with shadows, in tunnels where no light could reach. Those who worked alongside him often fled. They said time bent in that place, that they heard whispers not in Khmer, but in a language older than rain. Some vanished. Others returned pale and blind, murmuring of halls that led to fire. Then, one day in the rainy season of 1231, Kambu laid out his final drawing on papyrus. It was not of a chamber or corridor. It was a spiral, a perfect, endless spiral that began nowhere and ended nowhere. That morning, he handed the scroll to a boy who had brought him rice and said, "Take this to the king. I will not return." And with that, he walked into the mouth of the labyrinth, barefoot, lantern in hand. No one followed. No one dared. The door sealed behind him with a hush like falling dust. Weeks passed, then years. At first, the king wept. He ordered a search, but the door, seamless, ancient, mute, would not yield. Eventually, Kambu's scroll was stored in the temple archives, but whispers spread like vines. They said the door was cursed, that Kambu had not designed a tomb, but a trap, that he had spoken to something ancient, something buried, that he had betrayed the gods by giving shape to their prison. In time, new kings came, greedy, restless, forgetful. They tried to replicate his work, drawing towers like those glimpsed in Kambu's spiral. But every attempt ended in disaster. One tower crumbled before it was complete, crushing 12 artisans. Another twisted mid-construction, as if resisting the form itself. The third, in the year of drought, collapsed into a sinkhole overnight. Survivors spoke of strange humming before the fall, like a song made of stone and warning. So the kings made a decision. His name would be struck from records, his scroll burned, the sealed door buried in stone, and yet the air around it never cooled. In the centuries that followed, Angkor declined. Jungle roots split the stones, sacred pools dried, gods were replaced, names forgotten. But deep beneath the ruin, behind that sealed entrance, the spiral endures, never aging, never yielding. Some say it moves. Some say Kambu walks still, tracing the corridors by candlelight, his feet bare, his breath steady. That he was not lost, but transformed. That the labyrinth is alive, and he is now its architect, its priest, its prisoner. Even now in the wet seasons, when the monsoon drums like war against the stone, the monks light incense near the buried door. They do not look at it, they do not speak of it, but they leave offerings of salt, rice, and folded paper, triangles, spirals, keys. Tourists walk above, snapping photos of towers and lions and bas-reliefs. They marvel at the symmetry, the scale, but they do not feel the pulse in the stone. They do not hear the breath behind the silence. But the locals do, the elders, the ones who walk barefoot near the edges of the temple and never cross the third threshold. One such elder, a man with no name, once said to a foreigner, "There are two Angkors, the one you see and the one that breathes beneath. the one you praise, and the one that waits. And when asked who built the one that waits, he only smiled. Not built, he whispered, unsealed. So if ever you wander those halls in twilight, when the light is soft and the air is thick with jasmine and ash, pause. Feel the stone beneath your feet. Listen for the hush behind your breath. And if you find a staircase leading downward, spiraling with no end in sight, turn back. Some doors were never meant to open, and some names were never meant to be remembered, because they never truly left. In the year 1417, when the wind over the Sahara could howl like a forgotten god, and the dunes shifted like memory itself, there walked a man who did not fear the silence between prayers. His name was Sheikh Hamza al-Muqaddas of Fez, scribe, mystic, wanderer of veils. They say he walked barefoot across the grains of time, wrapped in white robes stained ochre by the sand, his eyes rimmed with soot against the glare of judgmental suns. He did not seek gold nor glory. He bore no sword, only scrolls, relics and coins, tokens of knowledge, fragments of prayer, whispers of empires long gone. The desert did not greet him as a stranger. It whispered his name like a dirge, familiar yet reluctant, as if remembering something it wished to forget. He walked with a caravan, a dozen camels, 15 men, and a silence that deepened with every mile. They were bound for the heart of Mali, where the libraries of Timbuktu welcomed only those whose souls had tasted the edge of the void. In his satchel was a letter inscribed with ink of gall and saffron, folded in lambskin and sealed with wax of myrrh. It was not addressed to a man. It was addressed to time itself. The sky had been trembling since dawn. The desert, vast and cruel, had held many bones. But on that day, it grew greedy. Just before noon, the horizon began to bleed. A low moan filled the air. Not wind, not voice, but something between. The camels whined. The men fell to their knees. Then the sand rose, not in waves, but in towers, spiraling like gin set free from ancient flasks. The storm did not descend. It ascended, born from within the dunes, pulled from below, as though the earth itself was vomiting memory. Sand-lashed skin, relics cracked, coins scattered like fleeing stars. And Sheikh Hamza simply stood. His companions screamed, their eyes burned, their tongues choked on grit. Some fled, most fell. Only the Sheikh remained, his robes whipping like pale fire. He raised his arms not to shield himself, but as if embracing what had long awaited him. The storm swallowed him without resistance. When it passed, there were no footprints left behind, no bone, no metal, no parchment, except one, a scroll. It fluttered from the heart of the storm like a lost bird, rising instead of falling. It danced above the wreckage, untouched by wind or dust, and drifted gently into a palm grove that had, until then, not existed. The scroll landed among the roots of a date tree. The leaves rustled not from wind, but from memory being disturbed. A boy from a nearby village found it. He was chasing a goat when he saw the shimmer of parchment caught in the roots. He brought it to his imam, who wept at the seal and opened it with trembling hands. The words inside were simple. When silence devours an empire, the last voice will echo backward, not forward. Guard the crescent shadows. Trust only the windless flame. No name signed, but the ink was still wet. The scroll bore no grit, no scent of dust, only rosewater and saffron. Word of the scroll spread like plague on honeyed tongues. Traders crossing the Sahara began to whisper the name Hamza as one whispers a forgotten prayer, slow, reverent, afraid. Some said he had never existed at all, that the caravan was a metaphor. Others swore he had entered the storm willingly, offering himself to something that slept beneath the dunes. One old Tuareg woman told her grandchildren that Sheikh Hamza walked into Allah's breath, and Allah had spoken back. The boy who found the scroll disappeared 2 nights later. The Imam's beard turned white within a week. The palm grove bore no more fruit. Maps from that year, once marked with dotted lines tracing the caravan's path, began to show odd gaps. A village would vanish. A well would dry overnight. The ancient route from Fez to Timbuktu, the scholar's path, lost its travelers. Something had emptied it. Years passed. The silence deepened. By 1460, the name Hamza had vanished from trade records. By 1500, those who uttered it in markets found themselves waking with mouths full of sand. A Portuguese explorer who claimed to have found Hamza's final resting place returned to Lisbon with his tongue blackened, speaking only in reversed syllables until he drowned himself in a basin of ink. Even today, there are rumors that somewhere in the Sahara, on a night when the stars flicker like dying candles and the sand smells faintly of myrrh, a man in white can be seen walking, not hurriedly, not lost, walking as though the journey is the prayer. A scroll clutched in his hand, a windless flame burning beside him. No camera has captured him. No cartographer has dared mark his path. But the palm grove still stands, lone and defiant in the dust. Travelers passing by leave offerings, saffron, rosewater, coins etched with forgotten verses. And in the bark of the tree where the scroll landed, the script reappears anew each year, as if rewritten by unseen hands. Sometimes different, always unfinished. In Fez, the children of scholars are taught not to speak his name aloud. Instead, they refer to him as Al-Lataf, the subtle one, the one whose footsteps made no sound, the one who was not buried but taken. There are those who say the silence that devours empires still grows, patient, slow, sacred in its hunger. That the relics Hamza carried were not relics at all, but warnings. And that someday, when the last library falls to dust and the last tongue forgets the prayer, the scroll will unfold again. It will not come from the sky. It will come from the sand, folded like memory, carried like breath, whispered, not spoken. And when it comes, only those who remember the name without seeing it will understand the silence it brings. A silence not of death, but of return. The moon had vanished behind a sheet of veiled black silk, and the air over Novgorod tasted of metal and frost. It was the eve of All Saints' Day in the year 1379, when the stars were said to weep for forgotten souls, and the town's wooden crosses crooned under unseen weight. That night, the midwives heard no cries of birth, but a child appeared all the same, silent, barefoot, and dusted in ash, at the gates of the monastery of St. George. He was no more than 5 winters old, his eyes the color of burnt amber, his voice already formed in tongues the monks did not know. He called himself Vasily. None claimed him, none saw from whence he came. The snow held no footprints. The ravens did not scatter. They said the boy had fallen, not walked, into the world. The monks took him in with fear, disguised as mercy, and named him Vasily, the Starborn. He spoke to them in Greek, in Latin, in Coptic, and in tongues that were neither of men nor books. He whispered secrets of distant oceans to the kitchen boy, traced maps in soot across the monastery walls, and when questioned about the lands he knew, he pointed not outward, but upward, toward the grey sky that never warmed. By age 8, He could recite psalms backwards, draw the mechanics of wheels within wheels, and name each saint entombed beneath the cathedral's crypt by smell alone. But he refused bread on Sundays and fasted when others feasted. He drew winged beasts that bled from their eyes and machines with hearts of fire. One sketch was of a throne suspended by chains over a pit of light. Another showed a child's face fused to the body of a swan. The people of Novgorod did not know whether to fear or venerate him. Mothers plucked their babes from the street when he passed. Beggars dropped coins behind his footsteps, not before him. The archbishops sent emissaries to observe him, but returned only with broken quills and burnt parchment. "He knows too much," was all they would say. When the great eclipse darkened the noonday sky in the summer of his 12th year, a silence fell so complete, even the river Volkhov paused. That morning, Vasily stood at the town square, his hands folded, eyes fixed to the heavens, as shadows moved unnaturally over the cobbled streets. The townsfolk gathered in hushed awe, watching him watch the dark. And then, without sound or struggle, he vanished, not in smoke, not in flame. He was simply gone, as if the earth had exhaled and forgotten him. Where he had stood remained a small circle of scorched stone, and upon the outer rim, etched faintly, were shapes that shimmered like stars reflected in deep water. The church, fearing heresy or worse, confiscated all his drawings, maps, and pages. They lit them in the cathedral square before the eyes of trembling children. The fire turned green before it went to ash. But whispers linger like old smoke. The blacksmith's apprentice claimed he saw Vasily days after the eclipse, cloaked in silver, light at the edge of the woods, speaking to an owl that did not blink. A widow near the market swore she heard a lullaby in 5 voices coming from beneath the ground. The abbot who raised him died before winter, his final word a trembled wheels. The surviving fragments of Vasily's drawings, stolen by bold hands before the purge, told tales no child could know. One map, scrawled on cured lambskin, depicted a spiral city built upon clouds, its towers bending like reeds in a storm. Another was a diagram of a man whose body opened like a clock, his ribs ticking in rhythm, his blood marked, not with color but numbers. There were symbols no scholar could name, and beasts that looked like gods from forgotten dreams. In one recovered image, carefully passed through hidden generations, was the shape of a great winged machine, neither bird nor angel, with tendrils of flame descending into a forest of domes, one of which bore the unmistakable outline of the Novgorod Cathedral, drawn a century before its final spire was built. Those who stared too long into Vasily's surviving works claimed to see motion. Slow, glimmering turns of wheels, flickers of light between the lines, whispers just beyond hearing. A priest in exile once said the boy had brought knowledge, not meant for this age, that he was a bridge between the burning stars and the muddy world. Others said he was a demon in a child's skin, sent to tempt men with blasphemous visions. But among the quiet folk, especially those who dreamt deep and long, Vasily became legend, a ghost child who remembered the skies before they were born, who saw time as a tunnel of broken mirrors, and who walked the earth not to belong to it, but to warn it. Old songs speak of the fifth voice, the tongue Vasily would speak when no one was near, a voice not of sound, but of memory, a language of feeling, like the ache in the bones before a storm, or the warmth of someone you have never met but somehow miss. The villagers began to call strange dreams Vasily dreams. Stories spread of those who awoke with diagrams seared behind their eyes, strange wheels, blood-colored birds, stars that moved wrong. Some say he came from the stars, others that he came from the future. A few whispered, in secret, that he came from Earth's own forgotten past. A past so old it curled back on itself, repeating in riddles and ruins. The Novgorod winter has swallowed many truths. Snow lies thick over the monastery gates now, and the bell that once rang for prayer has fallen silent, rusted through. The circle of scorched stone where Vasily vanished has been paved over. But sometimes, after the wind has howled and the lamps have burned low, the stones grow warm to the touch, pulsing like breath. If you wait long enough in the square and the stars blink just so, you might hear the faintest whisper in the frost. Not a voice, not quiet, but something that hums through bone and shadow. Some truths are not meant to be shouted. Some stories choose their listeners. And in the silence that follows, you may begin to understand why the stars weep. The sea was quiet the night she vanished. Not silent, no, but eerily still, as if the Black Sea itself held its breath. Moonlight laced the ripples in silver threads, and the wind, which had howled like a wolf for 3 nights prior, had now retreated, leaving only the slow creak of wood and the occasional groan of the hull. Somewhere near the Crimean shore, where the waters darken like spilt ink and the stars are swallowed before they reach the horizon, a Venetian ship fell off the face of the world. On board it, dressed in silk the color of candlelight, was Caterina Zeno, a noble daughter of Venice, promised bride to a prince whose palace glittered on the cliffs of Trebizond. But Caterina would never arrive. In the year 1459, Venice was at its height, a mistress of trade and diplomacy, of masks and secrets. Caterina, the daughter of a diplomatic family, had been raised not just to curtsy and smile, but to listen, to understand, to maneuver with grace in rooms lit by oil lamps and filled with watchful eyes. Her marriage was no simple union of hearts. It was a thread in a tapestry of power, spun across the waters of empires. She was to be the jewel on Trebizond's brow, sent to bind 2 fragile realms before the Ottoman tide swept them both away. But in the cold weeks of her journey, those mist-wrapped days aboard the ship gifted by the Doge himself, something ancient stirred in the waters near Crimea. Sailors whispered of shadows moving faster than wind, of lights beneath the surface, of voices that called not from shore, but from the deep. Then, on the 5th night, a fire was seen in the distance, brief, orange, then gone. By morning, the ship was nowhere. No ransom ever came. No broken survivors washed ashore. No wreckage. Not even a scrap of sail. Just absence, hollow and echoing. The Prince of Trebizond waited with a heart like glass. The Zeno family wept in black lace. And the sea, dark as velvet and just as silent, refused to speak. Years passed. The empires around the Black Sea crumbled like wet parchment. Trebizond fell to Mehmed the Conqueror. The golden rings of Venetian trade began to rust. Names like Zeno became dust in old books. But in the eastern markets of Erzurum and Tabriz, where carpets spoke in patterns and the past lived in incense and ink, travelers began whispering of a strange court nestled high in the Caucasus. Not a court of kings, but of silence, hidden behind a veil of forest and fog. The court, they said, was ruled by a woman unlike any other. Her skin was pale as river bone, her hair black as dried blood, her hands soft but trembling, always gloved. She wore silks in Venetian hues, deep wine, moonlit cream, emerald so dark it could be mistaken for black. She was called the White Queen, or She of the Silver Veil. And her eyes, everyone said, were unmistakably Western, Venetian. She did not speak often, but when she did, her voice had the lilt of bells echoing through marble corridors, the rhythm of a city where gondolas drifted under bridges like shadows. She ruled with restraint but severity. No one disobeyed her, and no one left her court. The villagers at the base of the mountain spoke of her with a mixture of reverence and dread. Some claimed she was a sorceress, an immortal widow who mourned the sea. Others said she was the stolen bride of a northern prince, hidden away in a palace of fog and memory. But the most persistent legend came not from villagers, but from a Turkish poem scrawled in delicate calligraphy onto the back of a manuscript found in the ruins of a scribe's home in 1512. It read, "In the vale where the cypress weeps, she waits in veils not of mourning, but of memory. Her gaze is the tide that pulls men under, her kiss a grave, and in her court no time passes, only silk rustles and hearts forget the sun." Scholars dismissed it, another metaphor, another myth. But the detail of the Venetian gaze, an odd phrase in Ottoman verse, raised a chill in some archivist's bones. In a city of masks, the eyes were always the truest part. Some believed Katerina was captured and sold, not to slavers, but to a prince exiled from court, a recluse of noble blood whose domain stretched into the cold mountains where no map dared press ink. Perhaps he fell in love, or perhaps, as some darker versions whispered, he had long awaited her, paid for her disappearance in gold and blood, and built a kingdom of illusion to keep her in. A bride stolen not just from her groom, but from time. The mystery only deepened when a French diplomat traveling in 1533 near the Georgian border claimed in his journal to have been led astray by a snowstorm. He wrote of stumbling upon a ruin lit from within by flickering flame, where veiled dancers moved like ghosts, and a woman sat on a throne made of carved obsidian. She did not speak, but she stared at him for a long time. Her eyes, he said, made him weep without knowing why. When he returned, feverish and frostbitten, he tore the pages from his own journal and burned them. Only one scrap survived, tucked between the folds of a discarded map. She is sorrow made flesh, a song trapped in a cage of snow. I would have followed her into death, had she but asked. In the centuries since, the tale of Caterina Zeno has drifted like mist between legend and possibility. Was she a prisoner in silken chains, her mind dulled by years of ritual and ritual silence? Or was she, perhaps, reborn into something else entirely? A queen, not of courts, but of myth. And was it imprisonment or love? The kind of love that steals a person from the world and buries them in velvet where no one else can touch them. Where time is drowned in perfume and ritual, and freedom becomes a forgotten word. The truth, if it ever lived, lies beneath layers of fog and time, nestled in the dark spines of the Caucasus, where ruins breathe and snow falls like ash, where a white court may yet flicker through the trees, and a woman with Venetian eyes still waits for a ship that was never meant to arrive. The Black Sea remembers, even if we do not. And sometimes, on nights when the tide laps soft against forgotten shores, you might hear the echo of a song sung in two tongues, one of silk and one of salt. A lullaby for a bride who vanished into myth and became a queen of silence. They say the clouds were thick that evening, a low mist crawling over the earth like a pale serpent of sleep, winding through the tangled woods and granite bones of the Satpura hills. No birds called, no beasts moved. The forest had drawn in a deep breath and held it, as if mourning something that had not yet happened. Somewhere deep in that ancient hush, a rider with blood on his hands and prayers on his lips pressed forward, his cloak shredded by thorns, his sword silent at his side. His name was Bajirao II, last general of a once great dream, and the mist swallowed him like memory swallows grief. He had once stood beneath banners of saffron and gold, fire blazing in his gaze, his voice a call to arms that stirred even the most broken-hearted soldiers. Born to a name that carried the echoes of empire, Bajirao was no mere footnote in the history of the Marathas. He was a flickering ember of defiance in a world grown cold to rebellion. In the last days of the Maratha Confederacy, when the British claws dug deep into the soil of Bharat, it was Bajirao who refused to kneel. And for that, history would unwrite him. The tale begins not in a palace, but in exile, on the red stones of a ruined fort, where cobras slept in empty corridors and moonlight silvered over forgotten carvings of gods. There, the general planned his final stand. With a handful of loyalists, men who had followed him through fire, famine, and betrayal, he watched the smoke of the British cantonments rise like curses on the horizon. His rebellion, ill-fated from the start, was a gesture of honor, not of strategy. They say he lit no torches at night, trusting only the stars to light his path, as if the gods themselves would guide a soul who had nothing left but memory. But the gods were silent. The rebellion was crushed before it breathed. Ambushes sprung, informants bribed, promises broken. The Satpura Hills, once a cradle of legends, became a tomb of dreams. And as his men lay butchered in the gullies and ravines, Bajirao rode deeper into the jungle, pursued by silence more than soldiers. One by one, his guards fell, not in battle, but in strangled horror. Their bodies were found days later, their own turbans twisted cruelly around their throats, eyes wide open to something the living would never see. No bullet wounds, no blade marks, just the suggestion of betrayal. Some say they were paid off and turned on one another. Others say it was punishment from the forest spirits who despise the blood of kings. But the old hill people whisper a darker thing, that Bajirao had invoked a vow too old for time, a curse wrapped in devotion, and that the gods had answered not with salvation, but with erasure. Only his horse was seen again days later. It emerged from the mist near the edge of a canyon, trembling, riderless, its flank streaked with ash. It stood for hours, as if waiting for the hand that once pulled its reins to return. Then it vanished into the scrub, never seen again. Bajirao's body was never found. No grave was dug, no pyre lit. Only legends took root where the facts decayed. The villagers still leave garlands on certain stones near the ravine, stones they say feel warm even in the dead of winter. At night, the wind changes there. It carries whispers in a tongue older than Sanskrit, prayers spoken with rusted breath. Some have seen him, they say, a figure in ruined armor, face obscured, sword dragging like a weight too heavy to wield. He walks not like a ghost, but like a man undone, still searching, still burning, like a lantern under wet leaves. They say he became a yogi, wandering naked through the forest, ash on his skin and silence in his mouth. He tore out the name Peshwa from his soul and let the forest rename him. He slept in caves where bats wept from the ceilings. He meditated near cliffs where vultures circled like time itself. And in those years unseen, he was said to have crossed the veil between man and myth. A boy once found a carved Rudraksha bead, blackened and split, with his family's crest etched in its center. He kept it under his pillow and dreamed only of battles he'd never fought. And then there are the other stories, the ones that do not whisper but hiss, of a rusted sword found half buried in the hills, still sharp despite the rot, of footprints that lead to no path, only vanish mid-stride, of a voice that speaks in sleep to those who sleep near the canyon's edge, a voice that asks, not begs, "Where is my vengeance?" One soldier, posted to the region during a long-forgotten skirmish, woke screaming that he had seen a man in a torn turban riding into the mist, headless, yet smiling. He tore off his own head wrap the next day and refused to wear it ever again. But not all who remember him do so in fear. There are those who light lamps on Amavasya, facing west, calling to the soul of the forgotten general with bowls of milk and torn lotus petals. They do not ask for his protection, nor beg his forgiveness. They simply remember. Because in a land where conquerors rewrite the dead, memory itself becomes a rebellion. Some say he is still walking, not as a ghost, but as something older, something shaped by loss, by oath, by the unbearable silence that comes after a last stand. His blade is rusted, yes, but still draws a shadow. His eyes do not seek conquest anymore. They seek something no kingdom could give: reckoning, peace, or perhaps just a name that cannot be erased. And so, the mist still gathers in the Satpura hills. It hangs low, like a curtain drawn between history and myth. And sometimes, just as night surrenders to dawn, the fog will part for a moment. A shape will move along the ridge, horse or man or memory, and then dissolve again into the folds of time. If you ever go there, walk slowly, listen closely, and do not call his name, not aloud. The mist is always listening. She was said to live where no footsteps echoed, beside the pool of Davaza, a shallow mirror of still water on the outskirts of old Bukhara. It was not a place one stumbled upon, but a place one arrived at when the soul was burdened with questions that could not be uttered aloud. There, between trembling reeds and stones slick with centuries, stood the mirror maid. Her dwelling was no more than a circular tent, weathered to a pale hue like bone. Yet inside time stood eerily still. Travelers, merchants, soldiers, poets swore by the same impossible tale: she never aged, always draped in flowing layers of translucent silk, her hair like strands of ink suspended in water, her eyes two unlit lanterns of obsidian. She did not speak unless spoken to. She did not sleep unless the moon vanished. And her pool, still and dark as liquid onyx, did not reflect the world behind you, but the world ahead. Some who visited the mirror maid returned with trembling joy. They had seen children not yet born, fields not yet tilled, victories carved in the shape of tomorrow. Others returned stricken and pale, as if their reflection had shown the final breath in a room not yet built. But none who saw denied what they had witnessed. The pool foretold, and the woman guarded its secrets like a priestess of fate. She was not a myth, they said. She was a phenomenon. It was the year 1560 when the stories flared brightest, when silk caravans whispered her name as both invitation and warning. That summer, Bukhara thrummed with trade, minarets sang with call to prayer, and the scent of saffron lingered through the bazaars like old incense. But all who lived then remembered that the days were warm, and the nights came with dreams too vivid to ignore. People journeyed from far beyond the steppe, not to barter wares, but to kneel beside the mirror pool and seek her gaze. And then, one morning, the pool was dry. Not merely emptied, but bone dry, as though the earth had sealed its mouth and drunk every drop. Her tent was unpinned, half collapsed. There were no footprints, no farewell, just a silence heavier than grief. On a nearby stone pedestal, they found her mirror, shattered inwards, as if it had swallowed its own vision. The silver backing flaked like ash, and etched into its frame with something resembling a claw or sharpened bone, the final words, "She was never meant to stay." That same week, the first body was found near the central bazaar. Fevered, delirious, covered in violet splotches that spread like spilled ink across the skin. The city's physicians called it a rare flux, but within days, the word that moved faster than plague was curse. They said the woman had kept something at bay, something ancient, and buried beneath the city's golden domes and painted tiles. That her presence, timeless and silent, was a kind of pact between what lived and what should not. And when she vanished, the boundary crumbled. The pools of Bukhara dried. The gardens wilted early. Children cried at mirrors that showed them scenes they could not explain. Cats howled at empty alleyways, and the air, always scented with rose and citrus, now smelled faintly of iron and salt. One man, a scribe named Iskander, who had once touched the edge of her pool and claimed to see himself crowned with laurel and grief, left behind a single entry in his ledger. She showed us what we asked to see and took what we never knew we gave. His body was found curled beside his inkpot, mouth blackened, mirror clutched to his chest. The mirror, the one left behind, was taken to the palace for study. It cracked again, unprovoked. A servant touched it and wept uncontrollably until he was removed. A holy man from Samarkand came and refused to enter the chamber. He spoke a prayer in a tongue no one recognized, burned a length of cedar, and left before nightfall, whispering, "She was the gate." The reflection was never ours. By autumn, the plague had taken a quarter of the city. No grave was made for the mirror maid. No record of her name exists in Bukhara's great libraries. Only oral tradition remains, passed like a spell from grandmother to grandchild. She appears in lullabies, in desert tales, in the whispered prayers of those who dare to look too long into water at dusk. Some say she was a jinn made flesh. Others claim she was the last daughter of a forgotten lineage, a bloodline that spoke the language of reflections. There are even those who insist she was not a woman at all, but a piece of fate given form, sent to hold back something darker than time itself, and called away when humanity's questions became too greedy, too loud. And yet, on rare nights when the wind hisses low and the moon casts no shadow, shepherds claim to see a shimmer on the dunes west of the city, a pool, small and black as obsidian, reflecting not the stars, but eyes, watching, waiting. Perhaps she left behind seeds of herself, scattered through pools and glass and shards of moonlight. Perhaps we were never meant to know her name, only the silence she left behind. They say the mirror maid of Bukhara never walked, that she glided, that the hem of her robes never gathered dust, that when she spoke, it was like water folding in on itself, that when she wept, and only once was she seen to, weeping beside a man who had seen the death of his unborn daughter in the pool. Her tears did not fall to the ground, but hovered, suspended, until dawn. And now, no one weeps beside that pool, for it is gone. Only the cracked earth remains where futures once bloomed like wild poppies. And in the cracks, if one leans close and listens beyond wind and time. There is an echo, not of voice, but of memory, of reflection, of a woman who was never meant to stay. And those who saw her never forgot. Not her face, but the feeling, as if the world had slowed and time had peeled back its veil, as if fate itself had paused, waiting to be asked a question. She never stayed long in anyone's story, but she remains in all of them, waiting, watching, in the mirror behind your dreams. The woods of Thuringia breathe like a slumbering beast beneath the weight of fog, each breath coiling through the black boughs like a spirit searching for form. The trees, tall and gaunt, seem to lean inward, as if listening. Somewhere in that forest, under a hill carpeted in moss and silence, a knight waits, not dead, not dreaming, but listening too. Some say you can hear him before you see him. A muttering in a tongue forgotten, the clink of chainmail against rusted plate, a whisper of prayers in Hebrew rising from lips long sealed by time. Sir Alaric of Thuringia had once been a lion of the Crusades. In the year of our Lord, 1191, amid the sun-blasted stones of Mount Carmel, he vanished. One moment, he rode under the banner of the cross, his sword like lightning in the desert wind. The next, his tent was torn open to emptiness. No blood, no witness, just his seal pressed into the sand with a cryptic finality, a rampant stag crowned with stars, and beneath it the Latin words non mortuus, non dormiens, judicium expectans. They thought him taken by the Saracens or devoured by the sands, like so many others. Yet none of Saladin's men claimed his death. His name fell into the slow decay of memory, becoming another echo lost to Crusader myths. But Thuringia remembered. It always does. Centuries passed, and the forests darkened. War changed kingdoms, but did not disturb the roots of that hollow hill. Until the year 1645, when peasants fleeing Swedish soldiers stumbled into the woods at dusk and saw a figure among the mists. A knight, tall as legend, plated in soot-black armor. He walked as though the centuries had never touched him. His helm glimmered with dew, and his tabard, though faded, bore the crowned stag. They said his lips moved constantly, whispering prayers none could understand. Not Latin, not German. But old men in the village chapel recognized fragments, syllables from Hebrew psalms, intoned with reverence and sorrow. When they tried to follow, the knight vanished behind the folds of fog, leaving behind only hoofprints where there was no horse. And so the stories returned. Children were warned not to stray beyond the old well. Farmers left candles on their windowsills at All Souls' Eve in case the knight passed through, seeking light. A local friar, Father Matthias, spent 3 decades compiling accounts of the sightings. In brittle parchment and careful ink, he described encounters with a man who never aged, never spoke, save for prayers. His journal, now lost, bore a final line: he walks not with wrath, but with burden, as if earth itself forbade his rest. Then, in 1812, the forest offered a secret. A storm toppled a lightning-struck oak near the hollow hill, revealing a narrow chamber beneath the roots. Within lay stone steps spiraling down into silence. At the base, torchlight flickered over ancient masonry, an altar flanked by murals faded to ghosts. Upon the altar, embedded in cracked granite, stood a sword. Its hilt was engraved with a stag and stars. No man could pull it free, not with chains, nor fire, nor lever. It hummed with a pressure, a gravity, as though the stone were not holding it, but needing it. And below the hilt, On the altar's front was a seal carved deep into the stone. The same words from Alaric's banner in both Latin and Hebrew. Not dead, not sleeping, awaiting judgment. Scholars arrived, skeptics laughed, but none could explain the metallurgy, nor the way the blade remained unblemished. Stranger still, the moss and soil around the chamber seemed to resist disturbance. Trees that had been cleared regrew in crooked defiance. Birds would not perch nearby. Even sunlight thinned there, as if choosing elsewhere to shine. But it was the woodsman who saw him next. Twilight, autumn, 1834. Deep among the silver birch, 3 men hauling timber paused at the sudden chill in the air. The shadows seemed to lengthen without cause. Then from between the trunks, he stepped forth. Sir Alaric, helmet tucked under one arm. His hair was moon-pale, his eyes distant, as if fixed on something none could see. He walked past them without fear, without haste, his armor clinking softly like wind chimes in a crypt. One woodsman dropped to his knees, clutching a rosary. The others did not speak of it again. Over time, the legend became an unspoken truth. Those who mocked it at first began to leave tokens in the woods, crosses, candles, scraps of prayer, not in fear, but reverence. The villagers no longer spoke of the ghost. They spoke of the waiting one, a sentinel beneath the hill, not cursed but chosen, condemned not by sin but by vow. A knight who had seen something upon Mount Carmel, something so sacred or so terrible that sleep became denial and death refused him. Some whispered he had taken an oath, that he had glimpsed a divine secret buried under holy sand, and to speak of it would sunder the world. Others believed he had betrayed a sacred trust in Jerusalem and must wander until the world is weighed and fire cleanses the old sins. One tale said he had tried to warn both Christian and Muslim alike of a blasphemy hidden in the mountain, and for this, the heavens bound him to earth until the final trumpet. But no one truly knows, only that when the fog thickens and the woods fall silent, his presence presses against the veil of the world. A knight forged in sunlight and shame, armored not in vengeance, but in repentance. Always walking, always whispering. He does not cry out. He does not rest. He watches. When strangers ask why the forest is avoided, the villagers shrug. He guards it, they say, without explaining who he is. They do not teach the children the tale. It is understood, breathed into bones with the cold air. When the wind moves a certain way, and the bells in the chapel tremble though untouched, the old ones say, Alaric walks tonight. Time is cruel to memory, but not to myth. And in the woods of Thuringia, myth lives as moss and stone, sword and seal. So if you wander too far one dusk and find yourself before a hill that should not be there, a hill whose roots groan with something beneath, step lightly. Do not speak, for beneath your feet a knight kneels in armor older than your bloodline, his hand resting on a blade he cannot lift, his eyes turned to a horizon none can see, and his lips, parched by centuries, will be murmuring not your name, but the names of the fallen, the lost, the faithful who never returned. He does not ask for rescue. He waits for judgment. They say she was born beneath a shivering sky, the night the moon bled rust over the vineyards of Aquitaine. In the year of our Lord, 1272, the abbey's bells rang without hands, tolling softly over mislaced fields as a child was placed in the arms of a veiled novice. Her name was Claritia. Her eyes, even then, held the hush of starless space. She grew not in song or laughter, but in silence. the kind only stone walls and candle wax prayers could understand. Raised by nuns who feared the wind's howling as a language, Claritia spoke little, but when she did, her words bore weight, as if echoing through catacombs no one had entered. At 12, she charted a map of the moon using burnt ink and river water, each crater labeled not in Latin, but in symbols of her own making. By 16, she was cloistered as the youngest abbess in the history of that forgotten convent, nestled between cypress groves and starlight, far from Rome's gaze. They called it the Abbey of the Distant Mercy, a cold name for a place that clung to time like ivy on bone. The sisters believed heaven came closer in the quiet, and Claricia believed the stars were not far from prayer. Each night she climbed the bell tower and stared into the void above, where comets whispered secrets into her still heart. And then came the year 1313, the year the sky cracked. It began with her trembling hands, pages turning in the scriptorium, though no wind stirred. She summoned the sisters, her voice pale with urgency. "He returns," she whispered, "the god of ice and flame, the one who drags light behind him like a bleeding veil." She spoke of a comet, the same she said had marked the fall of Jerusalem, the death of Charlemagne, the birth of empire and plague. The sisters shuddered. She said it would pass close once more. She had seen its pattern in old scrolls no longer kept, in songs hummed by blind widows, in dreams where stars wept fire. Claricia wrote obsessively. Her manuscripts were not merely ink, but etched with ash, wax, crushed sapphires. She wrote of an eclipse that would swallow the sun in 400 years, of stars that would vanish for nights at a time, of the moon's face turning in anguish. Her hands bled over parchment. Her gaze no longer met anyone's eyes, only the heavens. The bishops sent envoys. Her texts were examined, condemned. Astrology, they spat, veiled heresy. But the parchment glowed strangely under candlelight. One scholar went blind after reading aloud a stanza. Another took a vow of silence. They banned her writings and sealed her tower. But the nuns, they kept listening. And then, one night, near the feast of St. Jude, a sound rang out like thunder underwater. The chapel glowed blue. The walls trembled. The nuns, awoken by the bells ringing themselves, gathered in fear. Claricia stood at the altar in her final robe, hands outstretched, eyes white with vision. She spoke no words, only raised her face to the heavens, and floated. They say her feet lifted from the stone, her veil trailing like smoke, candles bent toward her as if in supplication. A roar filled the air, not of fire or fury, but of celestial wind, distant and cold. She vanished in a vertical flame, blue and gold, her figure consumed mid-prayer. All that remained was a faint scent of myrrh and the open book on the altar, its ink still fresh, though she had not touched it for days. The church denied it, claimed she fled, that her writings were sorcery, her visions madness. They excommunicated her memory, sent scribes to collect and burn every scroll, every letter, every scrap with her name. But the ashes, they say, blew against the wind. Centuries passed, but strange things began to happen. In 1713, an eclipse covered Europe in premature dusk. An astronomer in Prague reported he'd found marginalia in an ancient codex, notations predicting the date with uncanny precision. The script matched none known. He burned the page. That same night, he claimed to see a woman in white walking across the observatory roof, holding a quill of starlight. In 1861, during the passage of a new comet, a French scholar uncovered diagrams hidden inside a forgotten abbey wall. Star charts embedded in frescoes, constellations rearranged. He traced the symbols and discovered they aligned not with ancient Greek maps, but with future transit lines, eclipses yet to come. The walls bore a faint signature, Clarissa. Today her name is not spoken in classrooms. Her books are lost, or perhaps hidden in archives, misfiled as poetry. But those who peer long into the heavens sometimes come across footnotes with no source, predictions buried in margins, lines of verse that tremble with the scent of candle smoke and winter. Some astronomers, never allowed, only over drinks or in confessions to the stars, admit they have seen her formulas etched in older texts, that their most accurate models rely unknowingly on her unspoken wisdom. One tells of a dream where he stood beneath a sky turned violet. A figure approached in robes of flame, her face veiled, her hand holding a bell without clapper. She whispered, "Not all saints wear martyrdom. Some wear time. The abbey is ruins now. The stones have sunk into moss, the tower long crumbled. Yet each spring, the field blooms blue, not with violets or hyacinths, but flowers no botanist can name. And sometimes, at night, villagers see a glimmer above the altar stone, like a candle floating midair, flickering in rhythm with a distant celestial body. Was Clarissa taken? Did she transcend? Or did the stars simply reclaim their own? In the end, only silence remains, the kind that blankets stone halls and the spaces between stars, the kind that cradles a name whispered not in fear but in wonder. Clarissa of Aquitaine, the abbess who took the stars, who vanished not in death but in flame, in prophecy, in the long aching hush of mystery that does not seek answer, only reverence. They said the citadel swallowed him. On a night when the stars bled silver into the Bosphorus and the moon hung low like an executioner's blade, Nasu Pasha's alchemist vanished from the chambers beneath the imperial citadel. The gods would not speak his name. The scribes dared not record the hour. And yet, every year, when the wind shifts and the palace clock ticks backwards for a single beat, his name is whispered again like incense smoke curling through forgotten halls. Jabril of the 9 flames. He arrived cloaked in midnight blue, his beard knotted with threads of copper, his eyes the hue of scorched lapis. He claimed descent from Harut and Marut, the angels who once taught men forbidden knowledge in Babel. Some said he was a renegade from Persia. Others swore he had emerged barefoot from the Sinai with a scroll bound in flesh and a raven perched on his shoulder. What is certain is this: he was not like other men. The year was 1605. The Ottoman Empire stood vast and decadent, silk rustling through palace corridors, while the stench of plague crept from the alleys of Galata. Nasu Pasha, Grand Vizier, feared one thing above rebellion, above betrayal: the death of time. He had aged prematurely, as if history had clawed at his spine. In Jabril, he saw a heretical hope. "I can reverse time," the alchemist had whispered one night beneath the citadel's flickering oil lamps. Not in metaphor, not in prayer, in matter, in bone, in breath. The Pasha, entranced and trembling, gave him a chamber in the deepest level of the Yedikule fortress, where Byzantine stone still wept moisture, and the air was thick with old iron and unspoken crimes. For 13 moons, the alchemist worked. He required rare salts, whale marrow, obsidian bowls filled with blood that had not yet cooled. He demanded the silence of the tomb and the light of noonday sun refracted through stained glass. No one was allowed to enter. The door was barred with chains and etched in sigils known only to desert mystics and drowned cities. But sounds escaped. The sentries heard weeping, but not human weeping. Clock gears turning, though no clock was wound. Thunder like hooves galloping upward through the rock. Once, a priest collapsed near the tower and muttered of faces in the stone, screaming backward prayers. Then, on the last day of Safar, he was gone. The chains were intact, the door was sealed, but the air stank of sulfur and roses. One guard claimed he saw a sliver of blue light burst from the stone floor. Another swore that the candle he carried melted upwards, pooling wax against the flame. They found no body, no blood, only a cracked brass ring and a shattered hourglass, its sand hovering midair, unmoving. Nasu Pasha ordered the chamber sealed with lead. A marble plaque was placed above it, blank. When a court historian inquired about it, the Pasha replied, "There is nothing beneath that stone but madness." But the citadel remembered. Months passed, and then came the flame. It began as a faint glow between the floor stones of the upper corridor, the one above the alchemist's chamber. A guard thought he saw a candle left unattended, but when he reached for it, the light whispered away, dancing like mist toward the ceiling. Weeks later, the kitchen servants reported a pulse, blue fire flickering within the wall as if something beneath it breathed, cold, not heat, cold that numbed the hands and made the teeth ache. Each year, on the day of Jabril's vanishing, the palace clock, built in the French style with chimes and golden filigree, ticks backward. Once, precisely, nevermore. The engineers dismantled the gears. They found no fault. A new clock was installed. The backward tick remained. And worse, those who linger near the sealed chamber on that night often report dreams. In one such dream, recorded by a terrified eunuch in 1621, a figure robed in tattered blue stood in a chamber of inverted time. Flames dripped upward from the floor. A rose bloomed and unbloomed in infinite loop. The alchemist's eyes were blind, but he spoke in perfect Ottoman. "This is the price. This is the price. This is the price." Some said Jabril had succeeded, that in his final rite, a fusion of Kabbalistic numerology, Zoroastrian fire worship, and Babylonian clockwork, he cracked the skin of time. That he stepped backward into a moment long lost, perhaps into the embrace of a dead wife, or a promise broken in childhood. Others claim he perished, ripped apart by the contradiction he tried to become. That the universe could not allow reversal, and so punished him with unbeing. And yet, things in the palace changed. A concubine, once 19, was seen to age backward by a single hour each year. A fig tree grew in reverse, blossoms withdrawing into wood, and a scribe lost all memory of his own name, but could recite, in reverse, the lineage of every sultan since Osman Tintin. The chamber remained sealed. In 1853, during restoration, Sultan Abdulmajid ordered the floor relaid. When workers pried up the lead seal, the master mason screamed and fled. He was found the next morning in the Suleymaniye Mosque, praying in reverse sequence, ending each line with Ya Muntakim, the name of God as the Avenger. The chamber was resealed, this time with silver nails and prayers in 7 languages. No further attempts have been made. Now the citadel sleeps. The tourists pass, unaware. The clock still ticks, backward, once. And somewhere in the deep, behind stone that remembers too much, a flame breathes, blue and cold and patient. There is something deeply tragic in our yearning to undo what has been done. Time is a cruel sovereign, and yet we beg it for mercy. We stitch old wounds with new mistakes, hoping the pattern will change. We call this magic. We call this love. But perhaps it is only grief, ancient, unyielding, echoing through corridors we no longer dare to enter. Jabril did not want power. He wanted return. To a moment before regret, to a face before it turned away. That is the true heresy. Not that he defied time, but that he thought it might forgive him. Tonight, if you press your ear to old stone, you might hear a breath that moves against the grain of hours. And if your heart skips in that pause, that reverse tick, know that some doors do not open with keys. They open with loss. It begins with ink, not the kind that fades into brittle scrolls with time, but a living blackness, slick, eternal, breathing as if born from the marrow of shadow. And at the edge of the Tang dynasty's midnight bloom, within the winding lantern-lit alleys of Chang'an, there once lived a woman whose name has long since melted into legend, known only now as Orchid Ink. They say her fingers bore no fingerprints, only stains, that the folds of her sleeve smelled of soot and night jasmine, that even the city's most seasoned calligraphers would lower their gaze when she passed, for what she created with her brush was not calligraphy, it was sorcery. The scroll that swallowed her was completed on the final night of autumn in the year of the rat. The moon had been a perfect disk of bone-white clarity, casting a cold wash over the lacquered tiles of the imperial city. That night, the palace astrologers whispered of ill omens in the stars. In a forgotten corner of the calligrapher's quarter, behind a screen of plum blossoms, Orchid Ink's studio glowed faintly with candlelight, though no candle was ever found. She had been commissioned by a silent envoy, one who wore no insignia and paid in a pouch of white jade shards. The request was simple: create a scroll that could only be read under moonlight. Not sunlight, not flame, not even twilight. Only when the moon hung high and silent in the heavens would the ink awaken. She accepted, as she always did, without question. For Orchid Ink did not fear the strange, she lived within it. Her ink was not made from soot and pine sap like others. Her recipes were older, lost, gathered from molds scraped from ancient tomb walls, ashes from execution altars, powdered pearl from funeral masks, and something else, something not entirely of this world. She whispered to her mixtures as she stirred, in a language even she did not understand. The scroll was finished 3 nights later. It was never unrolled in public. No one ever read its lines aloud. But those who came close to it described a sensation of being pulled into it, not merely to see the characters, but to feel them. The brushstrokes shimmered like liquid mirrors. One monk claimed he heard a sound coming from the parchment, like the lapping of waves at a distant shore. Another saw, for a brief moment, a teardrop fall from a character and slide down the page like a child lost. And then Orchid Ink vanished. Her studio was found locked from within. No window open, no signs of intrusion. The air was thick with the metallic scent of ink. Her brush remained suspended midair, as though she had only stepped away for a moment, its bristles glistening, impossibly still wet. The inkstone had not dried. The scroll lay curled upon the altar, sealed with a knot that no hand could untie. The imperial guards were summoned. They broke down the door, found no body, no footprints, no note, just the tools of her art, untouched. The room was hushed as a doom. For years, no one dared touch the scroll. Not until a low-ranking scribe, drunk and grieving, broke the seal one night during the winter festival. He read by moonlight, laughing, mocking the superstition. The next morning, his chamber was found flooded, yet no pipe had burst, no rain had fallen. The water was black, thick, like ink. He was never found. The scroll was sealed again, but by then, its hunger had begun. Others who read it, always under moonlight, always in secret, reported strange dreams. Dreams of drowning not in water, but in letters. Endless characters folding over them like waves, cascading in illegible hymns. Some woke gasping for air, ink in their mouths. One man carved the scroll's lines into his own skin, whispering, "It's the only way to stay afloat." Another, a young court poet, wrote a final verse before leaping into the palace well. "She waits beneath the surface, arms of ink and memory. Her breath is the stroke that ends all things." They burned the scroll after that, or so they said. But fire cannot consume what was never truly paper. Stories persisted. In alleys and bathhouses, whispers took root like mold. That the scroll had never burned, only disappeared. That it now traveled from hand to hand, changing form, appearing in a forgotten book here, a forbidden sutra there, always surfacing under the gaze of the moon. That it was not a scroll at all, but a doorway. That orchid ink had never left, only crossed over into her creation. Her soul dissolved into its lines like salt into sea. And still, the dreams come. In the library of the Eastern monastery, a monk records nightly visitations, his bedding soaked, his mouth dry, ink staining his teeth. In a small tea shop on the edge of the city, a calligrapher's apprentice speaks of a woman who enters just before closing, veiled and silent, always asking for black tea with plum blossom, always leaving behind a smudge of ink on the rim of her cup. In every tale, she is the same, no older, no younger. Her fingers black to the knuckle, her eyes the color of rain on stone. Orchid ink. The name has become a caution, a prayer, a lullaby. Mothers warn their children not to write by moonlight, lest her brush guide their hand. Scholars refuse to read under the night sky. Even the imperial archives forbid study during lunar eclipses. Yet still, something calls, for ink is memory. It is permanence masquerading as fragility. And what is more seductive than the promise that words can outlive flesh? That a name, if written beautifully enough, might never be forgotten? But orchid ink's scroll was never meant to be read. It was meant to be felt, to draw you into a silence deeper than death, a stillness older than time, the kind of silence where only ink speaks, and it does not speak kindly. They say if you see her in a dream, do not follow, do not speak, do not let her take your hand, for she will lead you to a page, blank and endless, and once your feet touch the edge, the letters will rise to greet you. They will wrap around your limbs. They will write you into her story, and you will never wake. Perhaps tonight, a sliver of moonlight will touch your window. Perhaps you will reach for a pen. Perhaps the brush will not stop moving. And somewhere, in the darkness between sentences, she will be waiting. Ink wet, brush raised, a name on her lips, yours. They say the sea speaks in riddles, and that some men vanish not into death, but into legend. Off the windswept coast of Brittany, where the waves crash like war drums upon slate-grey cliffs, and the gulls cry like grieving mothers, the old fishermen still speak of him, in whispers, in oaths, and in fear. A night, cloaked in salt and moonlight, riding the foam like a ghost, forever lost between tide and betrayal. They say he lifts his sword at dusk, not in challenge, but in remembrance, for he was once a duke, and now only the sea remembers his name. It was the spring of 1341, a year already heavy with the scent of blood and the rustle of uneasy parchment. Brittany, that proud and ancient land of stone towers and moss-laced villages, sat on the brink of a bitter inheritance war. Duke Jean III had died childless, and two claimants rose from the shadows: Jean de Montfort, a cunning Frenchman with foreign backing, and Charles of Blois, a nobleman kissed by royal favor. Between them lay a dukedom poised like a sacrificial lamb. Yet amid the whispers of court and sword stood one man, the rightful Duke Jean of Brittany, who sought no crown forged in fire, but peace drawn in ink. It is said he rode alone that fateful day into the Vale of Alençon, where a tentative truce had been summoned like a ghost to court. No retinue, no guards, no banners, only his black destrier and the weight of a nation upon his shoulders. The forest swallowed him like a prayer unanswered. They found the horse first, calm, tethered to a crooked tree as if awaiting its master's return. Not a single scratch upon it. Then downstream, his helmet, bobbing like a fallen crown in a stream that glittered red beneath the setting sun. No body, no footprints, no blood, as though the very earth had swallowed him whole. Rumors bloomed like rot. Some whispered of ambush, paid blades hidden in the thickets, daggers glinting with French gold. Others spoke of betrayal, that he had trusted too freely, had ridden into a parley, only to find poison behind blithe smiles. Still others, more cautious and reverent, said he had been taken by the land itself, that the stones of Brittany do not yield their guardians lightly, and that the Duke had merely returned to the old gods beneath the soil. Yet the world does not wait long to fill a throne left cold. Within weeks, Charles of Blois claimed the title, draped himself in velvets too bright for a land in mourning, and held court as though the rightful heir had never existed. But the people of Brittany, the salt-blooded, wind-racked folk of the coast, they did not forget. And neither, it seems, did the sea. It began quietly, like most hauntings do. A boy returning from the shore claimed to see a rider galloping across the surf, his horse not touching the earth, but skimming the tide as though the waves were stone. He bore a helm cracked like moonlight and a sword too heavy for dreams. His cloak billowed with brine, soaked as if dredged from the ocean floor. The villagers laughed at first, but then came more sightings. A fisherman, out past dusk, saw the rider standing still atop a distant reef, sword raised as if in warning or in prayer. A woman collecting mussels found hoofprints embedded in stone. A monk, scribbling psalms in a crumbling abbey, saw from his window a figure ride the fog with armor that did not glint, but drank the light. Every tale the same. Always dusk, always the sea, always the sword. Some believed it was the Duke himself, caught between worlds, betrayed by men, and bound by a kingdom that had refused to mourn him. Others said he had become something older, no longer man, but myth, risen from the bones of Breton kings long buried beneath the waves. There were stories, of course, of sailors lost to madness, of ships drawn towards strange music where the wind did not whistle, but sang of betrayal and justice unmet. One captain, long since gone mad, claimed to have spoken with the Duke, who asked only one question: is Brittany at peace? But the sea does not answer, it only echoes. The Breton coast became a place of uneasy pilgrimage. Some came to leave offerings, old coins, sprigs of rosemary, tokens of regret. Others came to watch, to wait, hoping to glimpse the phantom rider at dusk. They said if he passed you by, your soul would never know rest. But if he raised his sword to the shore, then you were seen and you were remembered. Centuries passed, but the sightings did not cease. During the wars of religion, a soldier fleeing a massacre claimed to find shelter in a sea cave where a knight stood watch. He did not speak, but the soldier emerged unscathed the next morning, wounds healed, eyes hollow. During the revolution, a Jacobin zealot tried to dynamite the ruins of a Breton chapel, only to be found drowned in a well that had been dry for decades. His lips were blue, his eyes fixed west, toward the sea. The legend endured, not because it was loud, but because it lingered, like a salt stain, like old grief. Children were told to respect the dusk, to whisper thanks when crossing coastal roads, to leave a single candle lit in windows facing the tide. It was said the Duke walked not out of rage, but duty, that he searched not for vengeance, but for witness, that he had become guardian of a land that had let him vanish without justice. And still, he rides. Even now, they say, if you stand on the cliffs of Finisterre, just as the last light bleeds from the sky and the gulls fall silent, you might hear the faint clink of armor. You might smell the iron of old blood, the leather of worn reins, the salt of sorrow. And if the sea mist parts, only for a moment, you may see him, not as a ghost, but as a question, unanswered, unyielding, unforgotten.